Yeah, basically I'm kind of like broke, so like, I can't actually afford the new game we were going to do. That background racket's going to go away. I got a nice setup now. I noticed my air conditioner's like higher up, and there's like a few reasons for that, but one of those is, there you go. So now we won't have that racket. But yeah, I sort of figured, you know, and I was going to do this last week, but I've just had no time. Like the whole house is in disarray. I've managed to postpone the electrical inspection until the 28th, but I've still got no free time at all, none. So I've just got to get on with this. I've got to stream something. I hope everyone else is doing well. I hope you're not as stressed as I am. It's not really fantastic. I've got to move literally everything. So I've been... If you could see the room around me, well, I might be able to get some of it in view, possibly, but if I start moving the camera, it tends to break. Because I just got a pile of stuff. It's like out of kitchens and all sorts, because I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it, man. I live in a 12-foot by 12-foot slum. It's like, I've got to have furniture and shit, man. Why do you expect me to move this shit? You know, we've got to get to all the electrical outlets. But then one person has said, oh no, we only need to get to the understar cupboard. And I can tell them my health the way it is, if they come in and they don't do a complete inspection, I'll file a complaint. And one fucking mouthy word out of them and I'll just fill them in. Because people playing a dangerous game, pissing me off. Because I don't have much to lose and I will just hit somebody these days. I don't have a lot of patience, really at all. There's no reason for me to. It's like, what's the worst you're going to do? Lock me up? Go for it. Like, stop annoying me. You know, like, just leave me alone. I don't ask for much. I don't bother anybody. No, I don't start Windows, because then the audio gets fucked, doesn't it? But yeah, I sort of figure, you know, other than that bad intro and the bad hotel level, what we ended up with the first episode of this was just really mediocrity. And even what I seem to think what I said in the post I made, I'm sorry, it feels like it's been years to me. What I said in the post was like a mediocre Duke map is still probably at least 10 times better than a good Doom map. Which, yeah, you know, I maintain that. So, who knows? Like, if that was the fast go, maybe the next go the guy had will be slightly less mediocre, but it'll probably still pull some bullshit. But if it only does that on rare occasion, I can tolerate it. You know, we don't need to give up and walk away. I hope this thing's working anyway. Do you want to play the regular or bonus campaign? It's just regular. We're not that far on yet. I don't know if we'll ever get that far. But yeah, as I say, I don't have the money spare to be buying the new game I wanted to play, so it won't take long for that to resolve. I'm not bad at that kind of thing, but yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. It's the thing we're doing this as like just a side gig and not a profession, I suppose. I don't know how people afford to do YouTube professionally. It's like, you know, I've been doing it nearly 20 years and not made a single cent on it, so it can't be that profitable. I don't know how they do it. Where's my volume? There's my volume. I'm so glad I built this contraption. You'll have to let me know if the audio's dodgy. We're on the K5 again. I thought we'd played it on the Pentium 2, so I sat there and wired that up. And, where the fuck is it? And it's like, oh yeah, shit, it's not on there, it's on the K5. And it's not like I have a NAS or anything to make this shit easy, transferring files. Oh, how original. I assume we're back to being totally original. Spawn missiles behind me right after you make me pick a trip bomb up so I can't just readily attack them. No, we're off to a good fucking start. I can tolerate a little bit of garbage. Just a little bit. We'll see this through this episode of this thing to its end, but I don't know if we'll go beyond that. Yeah, I just had a feeling. Hey, this is the demo level, isn't it? So no, that's fine, you know. He spawned them outside. He didn't spawn them behind me. I don't mind. Ow. Ow. Yeah. Think you're gonna shoot me? Look at this fucking shared pillar, man. I'm not even ragging like the quality of the map or anything here, but I'm ragging the design decision. Why would you put that there? There's not one over there. So that's obviously there just to do the shit. Why do people do that? I don't understand. Like, mappers do this, and they still do it now, where they just put a nonsensical pillar in a place that makes no sense. Because the fucking, like, demo map that came with the game to show you how the effects worked did it this way, to show you how the open door lights worked and shit, and so everybody else does it. So you don't have to do it, it's fucking optional. Make some architecture make sense. I mean, look at it. How many sectors are we wasting on this pointless shading that I didn't notice until you did this? So now if the map's doing something cool, I'm not noticing it because I'm too busy looking at that shake in my head. Then why did you do this stupid shading? It adds nothing. And people still do this. So when I go on and on about people doing, hey, that's supposed to be in a bag, this stupid fucking wanky shading and it detracting from the level, this is what I'm talking about. If the whole map was just shade 0, it would be better than putting that fucking pillar there. Like I say, I'm not even ragging on the quality of the map for that part, I'm ragging on the philosophy of building levels for this game, and I don't get why people do stupid shit like that. If I still had DNA running, like with a website where I was like a DNR clone, you know, map site for this game, yeah, you know, that would lose you 20 points in my score like system for doing something like that. Because those are sectors that you could have used something useful. You only have 1,024 sectors to play with, so you got to make them count. When I built NI1, that was nice of you, just spawning behind me. When I built NI1, I was constantly running out of sectors, and do you see me pulling shit like that? No, because I actually wanted to make a level. So my sector budget went up on, like, making the fucking level.
Who wants some?
Yeah, my level's the best, probably not, but at least didn't waste sectors on shit like that. No, I don't want to pick that medkit up, because I know what this guy's like, and they'll probably starve of us of medkits later on. Ah, fuck! You know what?
Let's rock.
That's going to be vital, I just know it, so you think, oh no, Zeph's wasting our time because he's starting a level over for one medkit. Yeah, well, I'll bet you I'm going to end up needing it. I bet you I'm going to end up needing it, because I know this guy's way of designing things, where he'd rather spend the budget on putting stupid fucking things like that fucking shade pillar than putting enough fucking medkits in the level. So if we go forward, it would just be save scumming at like fucking 5% health or something, trying to get out of a room. So I would rather start over, put a save right next to that medkit, and call it that way. You know, that's going to be more productive use of our time. Hold on a second. Is this guy always here? He is. This is your problem with divergent paths. You should always have non-linearity. Well, then you should anticipate what the player's going to do and design around it. But you didn't, because I don't know which way you expect me to go. So you either have to do something redundant there, or come up with better enemy placement. I'm not saying it's very easy to do. It's not. And you can't always get it right, but you know, these are things you got to think about. Because I don't go the way you go, I got shot in the back last time. And I guarantee you're not going to place enough medkits in the level. That medkit there is going to end up being vital, I'll bet you. This carries 200, these give you 50, so I can pick it up. Gotta think, because like I say, we know this guy doesn't really test things properly, and probably cheats when he is testing, so I'm not actually sure. I think he probably just doesn't anticipate players going away Well, then where he goes, hard the drones. So, again, it's not a very easy thing to do. Like, it is hard to do. You know, I've built enough levels for this thing that I know how hard it is to sit there and try and figure out, well, what if the player goes a different way to me? What if they walk in completely the wrong direction? If the player walks in completely the wrong direction, you have failed as a mapper, arguably, because you should be trying to steer them the right way. You know, you should be trying to influence them. What luck. So if it consistently happens, you are doing something wrong. I was hoping it would just be a mirror image. Apparently not. Oh. Yeah, fine.
Come get some.
You know, you have to think about that. What's leading the player where? I notice we're on 11 health. I expect we're going to have to deal with misters when we get back here. No? Really? I am surprised. Told you we'd end up needing that medkit though. Aren't you glad we reset now? Imagine what sort of situation we'd be in if we hadn't. Oh, well that. Couldn't tell you. Yeah, maybe that's open now. Badly disguised door. Maybe it just never opens. I don't know. I didn't build it. Don't ask me. So there's like an attempt to use view screen steering. So like, he did try. Didn't do it very well, but he did try. That's got to count for something. You know when you just get a bad feeling? I've got a bad feeling. Alright, yeah, cool. You know, I didn't have a feeling that that's what it would be, but I had a feeling that there would be something. Dickhead. Right, there we go. Problem solved. I really don't appreciate having monsters spawn behind me. We need to stop doing that. Keeps doing it, I will just start cheating. You know, if I start starving for health, I will cheat because I have my limits. Well, this map's actually not that bad so far. Other than that, like it's all right. It's okay. You see, pieces of it had effort put in. At times, it's like inconsistent. It's not very original. It is just a clone of like E2L1. Well, it is E2L1 within its own roster. Where did I see that? So I don't know if it warranted being like, you know, like, yeah. Guy isn't the most original designer in the land. But I appreciate that, you know, it's probably done out of love for the game. You don't always have to do something big and new and groundbreaking. Sometimes you just have to do something that works and do it well. Can't really vouch for the doing it well part here, but yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. Well, I have news on the PlayStation thing anyway. I have news on the PlayStation thing. I have had a look at the PlayStation, and I can modify it to handle NTSC games. And it's very easy to do, because it uses the same video chip as the Sega consoles, which we used to mod years ago. Because I was like, geez, it sucks you can't just mod it the same way as a Dreamcast. Well, I'm probably going to mod it at some point just to laugh at all the Sony idiots, because they have this thing, oh, you need these parts and that parts, and you need to make this circuit. And I'm like, no, you don't. You definitely don't. So I will do it, just to prove that you can do it at some point. But at the moment, instead what I'm going to do is I'm just going to build my own external video encoder circuitry for it.
Hail to the king, baby.
Because it's like, well, I could just modify the PlayStation 1, but I have other shit I want to use. I've got machines that output like weird CCAM standards from the Soviet Union, and they're uncapturable with anything. And so, if I build that, then I can grab those as well. I'm not sure what I would want them for, but I'd at least like to be able to use them, so that would solve more problems, so it's better use of my time. Curiously enough, using the exact same chip again, well, in the case of the PlayStation and the circuit I want to build, it's a CXA1645, but I was going to use a 1145 because I already have one, they're what the Mega Drive used to use, but functionally they're the same. The 1645 just has less external components required, but it is, so far as I know, it's an identical circuit. It's just they integrated more of the components on the later IC.
Come get some.
So there really isn't anything magical going on with it. Oh no, how do I get out of here? Where did I come in from? There we go. Well, I picked up those atomic healths, you know. Is this a different thing? No. What a strange design. Well, this is a different spot. Yeah, okay, let's back in here. I guess they anticipate they'd come this way, or there's a bunch of misters elsewhere in the level that would just... Well, no, I gotta go back up there anyway, haven't I? It's not a complicated circuit, I mean it's basically doing what the internals of the console are doing anyway. But there are things I question about it, because the thing about composite video is it is way more tolerant to things being a bit wonky than like other standards are. Like televisions, and they can handle some pretty out there signals before they just can't lock it anymore. It's like, you know, I wonder if I could make a very crappy circuit to actually like get, say, like CGA to sync on a television, or like MDA, because I have nowhere to grab MDA. And it's like, well, in theory it should be doable, like looking at this. Like, in theory you'd be able to get it to work and maybe actually be able to frame grab it with a computer. Or you might even be able to do enhanced mode like EGA, possibly. I don't think it'd be very reliable, and I think the colours would be messed up, but it's not going to be hard to make a circuit up to plug into it and test this. So, that's what I mean, it's a better use of my time and resources to make this thing than it is to just modify the PlayStation and have it be, like, not totally infallible anyway. Yeah, same view screen again. Is this going to mess with that? We haven't seen anything do anything with that yet. No, not sure where I need to go now. We never did find out what opened that, assuming it was a door. We can go and have one last look at it. Maybe it's linked to that. I mean, it's only down the elevator. Does this go anywhere? No. Aww. I wanted to go all the way at the top. Well, you can't have it all in life. I have no idea how to get in there, assuming it even opens. It's a fucking prick tease, and I don't care. It can stay undiscovered. You want to deprive me of entry that badly? I'll oblige. And I'm tired anyway, so I can do with opening this all night. What else has happened since I was last here? Like I say, it feels like years to me. My placement at the time, I've done nothing but move shit and clean and... yeah, fucking... garbage. Oh, how original. We're in E2L2. Jeez, man. I forgot something. Give me a moment. Let's leave that on, we'll hear the music. Yeah, I might as well. There we go. Problem solved. Well, anyways, yeah, well, right, yeah. Jeez, for a moment I zoomed out and I was like, oh, I don't know, I've forgotten. I figured out what I'm going to do though, like, between things, like, between solving this PlayStation problem. Because I'm like, well, we did Clock Tower, and then we did Larry 6, which wasn't exactly a big hit, but I knew it wouldn't be. It's a point and click, and therein's my point. I can't do too many point and clicks in a row, much as I do like them. I'd quite happily do it. I'm like, yeah, well, you know, I really should get around to playing some custom Dark Forces stuff, so I should do that in the interim. And so the next pre-recorded thing will probably be some Dark Forces thing, if I can get it to work. I now have the U5 working. I fixed the U540. It's exactly what I thought it was. Quite an easy thing to fix. I knew I'd be able to repair it. That machine's almost unkillable. That will be one of the last machines to break. I'm quite sure of it. I really should remember to use a chain gun more in this, because it seems like the chain gun this level design. I like the shotgun and the pistol. They're obviously not his sort of thing. Quite cramped.
Come get some.
I assume these are newer than the maps in episode 1, but you never know with these things. So these people sometimes do them out of order. No room left to slide the door. I'd have done it as a split door. I'd have done it as 2 sliding doors. They're just more spacey anyway. That just looks weird. Looks like E1L5's doors. So I still don't understand why 3D Realms did that. I mean, it kind of works in occupied territory, E2L5's doors. It kind of works in occupied territory because it sort of feels like the station's like down on power and the door can't fully open. Even though really it's just that it goes through the wall, and actually it does go through the wall anyway, so... they really shouldn't have done it there, but whatever. Can't remember where this went. It's like 90s party music. It's got a little, like, organ stab in it. Oh, it's a shame I don't have, like, the R1R anymore. We could have put the GM map on it. Well, that wasn't well thought out, was it? The state of it. Have we been here before? Oh, I do still have the Corgo 1R, it just doesn't work. You know, I've given up on that thing. I mean, I don't use it a lot anyway. It's just tedious to use. Yeah, the thing's just resistant to repair. Stupid Japanese switch mode power supply. Only the Japanese would put a switch mode power supply in a musical instrument. Yamaha did the same shit, but them and Korg have always had a weird incestuous relationship anyway. So that broke. It got... You know, if you've been around the main channel, you know, I put another VZ1 video out, and like, that lost me 30 subscribers. Heaven forbid a hobbyist channel just do what he fucking feels like. I don't care, but obviously we've done that. Yeah, you know, I've said that the one in that is like half mine and half another one. Well, a lot of the power supply out of mine ended up in the Corgo 1. And the Corgo 1 just broke some other way. So it's, yeah, whatever, you know, I fucking give up. This piece of shit doesn't want to work. Yeah, that VZ1 is like pretty reliable, I think. But I mean, I repaired that one, so it should be, because I repaired it, you know, and accepted money for doing it. So it kind of has to. I mean, it's a thing where, you know, I sometimes stop and wonder what I'm doing, because I don't know what the point in going over there was. We must have missed something back there. I'm going back there. Because I don't remember any switches or keys or anything. Yeah, you know, if I'm doing like a job where I'm the only person who's going to be around the thing or something, I'm quite happy to leave wires sticking out and electric shocks and shit like that. It doesn't really bother me, but if somebody else is going to use something, then I try and actually do a good job. It's like, yeah, you know, maybe I should do this the other way around. Like, are other people really worth me trying not to just electrocute them? I mean, my house sort of is proof that most people don't think that way. They come and do this electrical inspection, they're going to be, it's perfectly fine, don't worry about it. I know there's like mains cables sticking out the wall, and if you touch them you might die, but that's okay, because that's perfectly within the housing standards for this country, apparently. So these people go far, you know, maybe I should take that attitude and just be, yeah, the thing's totally lethal and it looks like shit, but it's not mine, so it doesn't matter. No, I don't know what the point in coming here was. There's like arrows in the floor pointing me in there, but this area seems to be pointless. Or I'm really missing something. Cramped geometry doesn't help. Maybe I'm just blind. Well, I mean, I did have an optician's appointment at some point between here last, but it wasn't very interesting. It was pretty routine, really. They do this thing where they blow air into your eyes now. I don't understand what that's for. Like, why do they do that? What's that supposed to achieve? So I don't get it. Oh, eyesight's getting worse. Well, yeah, I'm almost 40. I should fucking think so. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. You know, what do you think's gonna happen? Fuck's sake, man. Jeez. I mean, that wasn't too bad an instance of spawning misters behind me. These maps so far, this and the previous one, haven't been that bad. They're a bit like, well, very unoriginal, and I think that might be what's saving them, I've got to be honest. Oh dear. I do have a shrinker though, so I'm not actually that scared of him. Santa? Who made that weeb serve? I don't stand for this weeb shit. Oh dear. Oh, we'll deal with that later. I'm not going in there yet. I got this. You see, this will get it fucking killed in the review scores. I have a car, but you know, I don't consider these to be like as like taboo as most people, I think. I mean, start a timer, see how long it takes to solve, right? It won't take very long. As long as you have a rational system for solving it, it'll be fine. So the last one does need to be on. Has there been a pattern to it? No, there hasn't. I'm like thinking back. Like, is he cluing you in with ones that he's leaving on? But he's not. It's totally random. There you go. Green. Oh, good. Oh, I'm glad it's green. Because if it had been red, that might not have been, might have not been something we wanted to play with. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what it did. Remember that shit I was on about with player steering? We only seem to see that in the areas that are flat out cloning 3D realm stuff. As soon as you come into like the original stuff, then it goes away. It stops being a thing, you notice. Party music, the party music. Just imagine all the ugly club skanks getting down to this shit. I maintain that Laser Suit Larry is a misandrist dead. Like, it's not a misogynistic game, it is a misandrist game, because it's just a bunch of really awful women just taking advantage of Larry, you know, is like vulnerable, and like, you know, it's just getting taken for a ride. They're gonna be running around doing all this stupid shit for them. Bad item placement, because I can't go through there without picking those up on either side. I almost want to get hit. Oh, that's alright, actually. Oh, there we go. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm glad you put them there, because I'm definitely going to need them. People do this like it's nothing now. You've got a mouse, I don't. I've only got a keyboard. It's a bit harder to do with a keyboard. You've got to sort of plan it and think it through. Reimbursed with atomic healths. I need to remember, he doesn't like the shotgun, this guy. So not bad. Not bad. I have no idea what we're doing or where we're going, but not bad. Pistol was used to tempt me. Oh, yellow key. I haven't seen where that goes yet. Because this map is all over the place. Weird mishmash of clone 3D Realms areas and strange original geometry. That central area that's underneath us. Well, it's not a central area, but that thing with like the escalators or whatever we were in. I actually quite like this area. Like, this is pretty nice. If all these split off somewhere, it won't be. It'll be annoying. Too much non-linearity. I think it just goes into small blocks. I'm alright with that. But if this was all interconnected, you could fuck off with it. That would be bad. People constantly put this non-linear shit like on a pedestal, and I don't. I don't, because I think it's silly. I think it just detracts from the experience, because you end up spending more time just navigating shit. And if you don't know which way to go, then you just end up suffering because of it. You've been punished because you didn't design the level, basically. That's not very nice. That to me is bad. That's not good design. Like, what I like is figure 8 non-linearity. You know, what you have is like the Doom style non-linearity is like Star like non-linearity. It's like the spurgs of a wheel and it fans off in all different directions, and if you go down the wrong path, you get shot to bits, you use all your ammo, you get nothing back. Duke 3D tended more towards figure 8, where it was non-linear, but it was just sort of reconnecting or crossing back over another path you'd already been on, perpendicular. That works, that's how it should be done. That's what I always felt. Well, what did that do? It didn't do the obvious thing. I don't know, I heard it open something. But not that. Red key slot. Whatever it is slow. It sounds like it's over here somewhere, but... couldn't tell you. Don't know what it did. I suppose that door do you. You go press it again. Hasn't exactly been a problem to navigate so far or anything. Thought I saw something moving there, but I think it's just that it's in the dark. Oh, there's a view screen. That might steer us somewhere there. So more of the same. I'll leave that on. Hopefully it's not mandatory. I did catch something moving. Look at that.
What a mess. Groovy.
Is this secret? Or is this mandatory? I didn't see the secret text come up, so I have to kind of think that it might be expected, like progression. Strange cartons. Strange area.
Where is it?
Hard angry misters. Yeah, we got angry misters. Well, then again, we're out of ammo for that. Oof. I don't know where I'm going. Was there... Yeah, we've been through here. It was like the first where we went. Oh, dear me. I mean, it's leading me back this way, like it's breadcrumbing with enemies, so that implies this would be where we want to go, right? Oh, right. Don't know what this one does, but here we go. Solve another combo switch puzzle. I don't mind them, I don't think 6 of them is unreasonable. It'll probably take under a minute to solve it. People have this real problem with these, and I don't really understand why. Well, there's only 5 of them. XeFF can't count. I can count potato, I'm fine. I'm good at the counting and stuff. I'm really good at it. I'm the best at it. My genius knows no bounds. But only because it's not smart enough to comprehend what those are. Like, that just confuses it. So that, like, you know, start asking it about that, it will like break down at that point. Well, oh no, yeah, well, yeah, red key is obviously the priority. As to where it is, I don't know. The thing is, what's making me nervous is last time we played this, we encountered a broken switch. And so if I've been somewhere, like where there's something I was meant to do, the switch might not have worked as intended. I mean, that was where we got the red key card. Nothing really stands out to me. And you remember when I was saying about, like, the shade wank, like, detracting from the experience? There's another reason you shouldn't do it. Like, this has sort of brights and darks all over the place. So when you look at it, like, in abstract, it's just noise. And so it's the whole thing of having a map that has pretty sort of soft, meek shading. Well, if something is shaded strongly, then it's going to draw the player to it. This isn't like a major offender of this, but I figure I might as well, you know, talk about it, how you're going to be quite careful with that sort of thing. So you just put, like, strong shading everywhere. It just turns into noise. You put palettes everywhere. There's a lot of mappers have this problem where, oh, here's a surface, I'm just going to apply palette 24 to it, which doesn't even map onto most of the game's textures properly, and looks like crap, but it sure as shit makes the thing stand out, and it's just a fucking wall that doesn't do anything. And so I got lost in your map. Well, I put, like, palettes on important things, like, you probably, but you put them on every fucking thing else as well. So, I didn't realise. Use things like that to draw the player in, which the original game does. The original game tends to rely on that sort of thing, you know, as well. Made that red, because it's like the end level sector, it draws you into that. You know, and made that blue, so the player would come and have a look over here and see what was going on. So it looked different to everything else, and it was flashing. And players really are that dumb. You know, I know, as somebody who plays games, I'm really that stupid. It's like, oh, pretty lights, I'm gonna go and look over there. But this area was pointless. There's nothing in here. Oh boy, I sure love non-linear levels. They're just the best. Why have I got spider's web on me? I'm not surprised, I've been behind furniture and stuff. Gotta move bloody everything, man. It's the worst. Still a long way to go. I don't know where that red key is. I've got no idea. This place is a pain in the ass to navigate. I mean, the red key was over here. Right, the yellow key, I mean. I thought it was red, though. I was sure I read red. Yeah, red. It must have, in fact, been yellow. So you'd think, sort of, your normal thing to do would be to put it on that shuttle over there. In that area we just went in that had nothing in it. Are we just missing it? Is it placed weirdly? Give me a Devastator, but all the areas are so cramped. I don't know if I would dare try to use it. Like, this whole area can't just exist for the sake of this one view screen, right? Maybe it does. Maybe that's this whole area's job. Just a room with a view screen. Duke Slurcum. Well, yeah, I mean it will be if we keep up this non-linearity. Eh? When did that get there? Did I not? Now you see when I was just talking about the shared thing. You see how you could have done it? You could have done something to make this stand out. Put a fucking border around the opening. Doesn't have to be flashy. You know, you could use that black fucking door frame link texture. Anything would have done. Instead, I bet you didn't notice that. I bet nobody noticed it. Was it even there? Or did we stand on a magic touch plate that made it open? Could go and look back at the footage.
Who wants some?
I will pipe on you. I decided that some time ago. Okay, what is it? Okay, it's down there. Great. Is this going to be a death sentence? Not the best way of doing things, but okay. At least we got the fucking red key card. How I leave? I'll assume. Alright, cool. It reimburses me. That's fine. Well, so it's not been a bad map so far. I'm not a fan of the navigation of it, but it's not terrible. It's getting the job done. It's being mediocre. What else can you ask for? Plagiarism, the episode. Let's find out it like plagiarises more than just like the 3D Realms maps. You know, we're going to find out like it just borrowed from some other mappers hard like that. I don't think so. Well, 2 levels in. Yeah, right.
Ready for action.
Oh no, I missed 3 secrets. Okay, where are we now? E2, L3 or something? Look, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Hey, drones. It didn't go according to plan. Nobody likes the drones. Ah, I should have kept him alive, but I got a sequence broke.
Hail to the king, baby.
Thing is, I'm not sure these maps would survive being sequence broken. I can get up here anyway. Like, I don't know about how they're built. Like, they might not actually, like, tolerate that very well. Might cause weird things to happen. That tells me very little. Gives me Zaxter vibes, this actually. This bit. Just a little bit. I think it's something about the suspended walkway and like the dodgy staircase. I don't know. How's that feeling about it? Oh, there's some funky music there. I kind of like it. Yeah, it's alright music. Still haven't figured out why Drondrons were replaced from the snakeheads. I guess it was too scary for some. Maybe all the snakeheads maybe just didn't look that good. They might have thought. Or they didn't stand out enough. I mean, they kind of don't make a whole lot of sense. You don't really see anything else like that in the game. Just a theming thing, I guess. You may never know. One thing we might know though is I want to ask Al Lur something about Larry games, so I'm gonna try and like fire him an email because I want answers. Duke 3D, I don't know. Whatever. Now, I've got a spinny thing in space. Well, space is, in sci-fi films, the place for weird spinny things. Howdy, Nordic Warrior. I mean, they always figure, like, if you make something spin in space, you can emulate gravity, but they always show it spinning slowly, and I sort of think to get enough centrifugal force, it would either have to be really, really big, or it would have to spin very, very quickly. And I mean, as you wouldn't be spinning relative to the thing, then... Okay. You just couldn't be bothered to build that. Ow! You know, you wouldn't feel the spinning, but... Figure, you know, you must have to get quite a bit of speed on it, sure. Okay, we built this side. I mean, it's not an invalid way of keeping the player out of somewhere, that's fine. Thus far has been an improvement over the first episode of this.
Where is it?
Not a great one, it's not come on leaps and bounds, but it has improved over what was. Oh no. Another keycard hunt. Unusually large room, I'm not sure how to feel about that.
Who wants
Makes me think they're going to put Battle Lords in. Real-life centrifugal crew quarter designs currently proposed also rotate slowly. Yeah, I don't know about this. There again, I suppose you're not, like, on a body that has gravity, so... Like, as in, like, a larger body with more gravity, so... It might work, actually, thinking about it. I'm still taken with my alien life thing, where I think we should just be hurling rocks into space. Like, we should just be finding, like, asteroids and sending them careening towards other star systems rather than sending probes. Because if you do that, if aliens find it, they'd know it had been sent on purpose. But they wouldn't know anything about the technology of the civilization that sent it, so then they're less likely to come and blow us up, because, well, they obviously threw it on purpose, but, you know, they're not revealing anything about themselves, so they might be scary. They don't know that actually humans are, like, primitive and stupid. Or sending probes, they just see all this 1970s technology in there and go, wow, those are like the stupid civilization. Let's go and steal all their resources or something. Why they would do that when there's more of them in space, that there's nobody else around. You know, I can see really well in here. So it's not my idea of good design. Really don't know where I'm supposed to be going in any of this. I am just stuck in like this black void for a lot of it. But I'm still giving thought to my whole thing of like investigating rogue planets. Because it seems totally conceivable to me that, like, a civilization would have sentimentality for its original planet, its home planet. And so when its star starts to fail, if they had the technology, they might send that planet off, like, you know, away from its star towards another star system. And curiously, most of the rogue planets are thought to be roughly Earth-sized. And so, if that was the case, you know, if you could find one that was obviously launched away from a dying star and was heading towards a younger star, then it would be a good candidate for, like, that might actually be a planet of, like, a civilization that is populated space now, but they just want to keep their original planet. It wouldn't be inhabitable in that time because it would be cold, but they would save it from its own star engulfing it. Most people probably side with the elites. Probably. They seem to. Those poor aliens, they travelled all the way across space. They'd set up a crew to, like, go out in space to meet them and rescue them, wouldn't they? And bring them in. Give them access to all the public services they might need that I have to work for or pay for. That's a sprite. It's not a sector. Very strange designs in here. I'm not sure why this is built the way it is. The International Space Station was supposed to get a small inflatable module to prove the concept. Yeah. Have you seen District Net? No, I've not. People seem to mention it a lot. Maybe I should, but I doubt I'd have the time. This shit's about the only free time I get. I don't really get any more than this. Man, the navigation. If that key's around here, you think I got any shot of finding it? Because I don't. None of this seems to be submergible water. I quite like this music though. It's like, oh, it's nice funky music. Is this, yeah, this is back of the entrance. But no, I think it would be funny. I like Ugg Chuck Big Rock. I end up finding, like, aliens through Ugg Chuck Big Rock, and all the scientists and that would be really annoyed. You know, they've spent their whole lives, their whole career developing this advanced equipment. And I just throw some rocks, and it ends up in, like, oh yeah, we got a message back. Like, apparently, like, it says, please stop throwing rocks. What's this damn key? You mentioned a long time ago you were considering playing Daikatana. I might have been years ago, I don't think I will now. I don't think I have the patience for shit like that anymore. As I just said, this is about my only free time is when I do this shit, and so I'd rather not play things that suck. I'm happy to play things that are mediocre, like this add-on, but that's about as far as I'll take it. It's got to be through here somewhere. There's no other explanation. I mean, night vision's useless in this game. Come off it, man. Where are we supposed to go? The shading and everything. I mean, it's not even like Gamma will help here. Because you're right at the bottom of the palette, like, there, with that black. There's, like... So you're not really going to get anything out of it. Like, turning the Gamma up, it'll give you nothing. I can't think where else to look. Hey, what? I'm sure I picked a jetpack up in an earlier stage. I'm sure it was in that secret right in the first level. I'm sure there was a jetpack in there. Did I not go in there when I reloaded? Maybe not. Oh no. What if it turns out we need it? No, we wouldn't. I can see the ceiling. And there can't be anything over the passageways. It's It's not made out of sprites. It's not like this thing implements room over room. Can you imagine if you put an elevated area in this dark stuff here? So you wouldn't be able to see it. What's the point of even building an area like this? Like, it's alright if you've got the player on a belt or something, and you're gonna push them into something, but... Well, I'm running out of ideas. I'm probably just going to end up cheating in a minute, because I don't want to be sat here all night. I'm tired. I could do without this. Central command. What a good that is to me. I tell you, there's something really Zaxter-esque about this area. I'm certainly never playing his stuff. That's way too convoluted for my liking. Way too much bullshit involved in that. I'm not going down there again. We know that's a waste of time. We know this needs a keycard. We know that there's nothing over here. What could I possibly be missing? Am I going to have to come out and look at this in a level editor or something? I might have to, because I'm starting to wonder if something didn't trigger or something at this point. Oh nice, the door still works. How useful. That really means a lot to me. I don't know, man, I'm out of ideas here. I don't know where the hell we could go. Like, I've been to everywhere that's open. And it seems to me that until I find a keycard, we're just not going to be able to make any more progress. And if it's stuck in that blackness, like, it's just down to chance as to whether I walk over the thing or not. They always hide one of the keys somewhere that doesn't make sense. This guy's levels are just kind of weird. Like, when he's copying 3D realms, which he does a lot, and it's not inherently a bad thing to do, then his levels kind of work. But as soon as he goes off on his own, they start to be quite a pain to navigate, and they just sort of suck. It's a shame, but... As soon as he goes off on his own, he starts with all this non-linearity, so you just end up with a layout that doesn't really make a lot of sense. I don't rate this style of non-linearity. Alright, fuck it, let's go out into the level editor, because I'm not sitting here all night. I'm too tired. So, actually, is that necessary? Let's put a save somewhere else. Let's see what we can find. Are they extracted? Actually, I don't think they are. I don't know if I have them out there. I don't think I do. Oh no. No, I don't think I have the installation anymore. The files. I think I might have removed them to make room for. Yeah, I did. Oh well, I can't look at it in a level editor. Right, fine. Back in we go then. We'll just have to persist. Yes, I had to make space for burning CDs before I realised my PS1 was fucking broken and had the whole thing with have the X station now. Sick of businesses taking over a week to post things. I don't mind when it's like just one guy, like an individual, or a shop that's run by one person. But alright, yeah. Shit, I gotta start with that, haven't I? Then I don't mind, but when it's a business and the whole business is like premise for existing is to supply a thing, I kind of expect it to be done in a timely manner, especially when a timely manner is specified in the ordering information. And all of them don't, they drag it out So it arrives pretty much right as the return window ends, and it doesn't show me a whole lot of confidence when they do something like that. You know, suggests to me that they're afraid you might try to return it. It's like, look, I'll do more than return it if there's a problem at this point. I will just come to your office and I'll stand there until something's done about it. And I'm not the sort of person who wants standing in a corner, you know. I'm going to devalue the property just by being there in all likelihood. Well, let me think. Where do we go from here? I mean, we can traverse the vents again for all the good it'll do. Let's traverse them and pummel the use button in case it does some good. Can't imagine it will, but it might. So that's definitely just a wall there. The honest wonder is there's some shit down there. I mean, I can't see a way to get in there, but maybe there is a way. Might not be a good idea to try this, but that's why we have save games, isn't it? Well, not succeeding in bugging my way in there. Is there anything above? Not from there isn't. Could just use an clip. I probably will in a minute. But as to whether we want to be through red or blue, I don't know. Maybe it's too costly for them to ship it sooner. They're domestic. They're in the UK. It's the thing, the Chinese will get it to me faster, because the Chinese tend to actually ship it within the time period they specify. You know, they give it, well, it's coming from China, and they will usually ship it at the first available window. Most of them are large enough they'll have a contract with the courier, probably. Which is something European businesses are particularly bad for, they don't understand that. Can you dip under... No, I've been trying. It's not submersible. So I will just give up trying to navigate it soon and just cheat my way through a door. We'll do the loop again. I should have probably elaborated when I was doing it that, you know, I'm trying to submerge in the water. There's no possibility. So I can't go under this water. There doesn't seem to be anything above me, and I don't have the jetpack anyway, even though I was sure I did. That's weird. Like, this is how dark it is here. That the texture there doesn't match. You can see he had a different texture in here, and he changed it and didn't catch that bit. That's how dark it is. Could try blowing these at the light end, because they're all made out of sprites. There's zero indication that that's something you would want to do, but something might happen. Like, maybe that's another sprite floor, maybe it'll go. Might be a fall. No, it was worth trying. We established there's nothing above us in here. That's where we came in. This is the dark bit, which doesn't appear to have any geometry I've missed. Okay, this should be the going down bit. Yeah, I'm sure we tried blowing that up at some point indirectly, and yeah, you can't submerge in this water. There may be one tiny sector or something that is, but if there is, I've not found it. So I don't know, I'm out of ideas. I can't find anywhere else to go. Take one last spin around the rooms that are off here. Can't see any switches, can't see any other doors. This doesn't open. This requires a key card that I don't have. There was one other room, where is it? And then all that shit at the start that we already been in. Actually, I think that was it. Because I think, yeah, this way collapsed, and this is just another key door. And we have this thing in the middle, this broken lift. There's nothing in here, this doesn't go. where's the entrance? It's fucking starting on the nearity, man. This is why I prefer figure 8. You can't use this lift. This was the entrance. This brings up here. None of this opens, if it even is openable. I hear misters when I mess about though, but I don't see it. Maybe they're in here. But that doesn't open. Oh, I might be able to bug myself in there. Hey, there is a switch though. I'm sure I pressed those already, but fine, we'll go through these again. Did I just miss one? Okay, great. What does that do? Nonsensical shit. If that's how we're gonna do it, so be it. Oh, jeez. Well, it spawned a couple of misters. I don't really know what else it was for. Oh, come on. I got on this ledge before. Oh, alright. Great. Progress. So, is all that shit we were just walking in for fuck knows how long completely pointless then? Is that somewhere I don't even need to be? Why didn't you just put the double doors in the... What's the point? Why do we have a swing door into this funnel into... Oh, no man, I don't get it. That's fucking weird, man. Well, what's the parts of all that shit that we're in? What's the point? That was a whole tour into nothing for nothing. Oh boy, this guy shouldn't try doing his own thing. He really should just stick to copying 3D Realms levels. That's the only time it ever seems to work. My frame rate's starting to shit the bed a little bit, you know. Not sure why. Probably all the cyclers. I never use cyclers because they're horrible broken shit. So I try to not have them in my levels. They don't make anything bad happen. They just never really seem to work. They're really finicky. And so I kind of gave up on the idea of having them. It's like, no, I can never get them to work right. They just, yeah, they wig out. Let me check this. What did this do? I can't see what it did. Nah, I haven't got a clue. Don't know what it did. Well, we'll find out. Maybe open that fucking window. Maybe. Strange geometry. You know, it's the sort of thing I could see robots doing. If we taught machines to make levels, they'd do that sort of shit. So they'd find that doors are a vital mechanic. Oh, okay. We might be alright yet. If that's the worst it's going to do, I don't mind. It's fine by me. Nonsensical level design dependent on random switches you put on the back of it. That's really something you should do as a secret. Having that as mandatory progression is just dumb. Oh, is this for nothing? Is this just now? All that was like... Really? Is this where we're going to be? Oh, we've got a different way we can go. Cool. Right, maybe this goes somewhere. So that whole room with the window was pointless after all. It does nothing. Hack.com. Find the crack and blow it. Really? It doesn't look like a crack. I can try blowing it up though. I mean, it's not going to do any harm. Probably. Okay, whatever. Cool. I'm not going to say no to that. Try not to pick that up. I might need it. Yeah, no. I don't know what that's about. I guess it's meant to be cluing us in. Oh no, where's the... Oh, whatever. Pointless elevators. I mean, do these need to exist? I mean, this was closed here. You could have put a staircase there instead of waste my time on elevators. Could have put both. Could have put a stairway either side and put an elevator platform in the middle and had that open so I could see it there. Frame rate's not suffering that bad. And this was probably built on a faster computer than what I have. Find the crack and that's not really telling me a whole lot. Let me go and look at that screen again. Find the crack and blow it. And then just shows me this. I don't get it. We got the wank shirt pillars that aren't wank shirted. I don't know. Use button does nothing on any of this. That's blocked, it's not enterable. Like where the machines are. Just a camera with the negligence on the arm shading.
See you in hell.
Where is the crack that I have to blow it? It's not exactly good steering, is it? It's like every now and then he tries to do player steering. So these should have been open-topped elevators. It's just annoying having to deal with that shit. I mean... I've seen that texture nowhere else. Like, I don't know why would it have me look at that? Like, what for? Ah, man. We're doing one last loop and then I'm no-clipping through that red fucking door. Because we've got all these areas that fork off to go yet. Yeah, do you know what? Do you know what? Silly problems require silly solutions. I don't know why I picked the red door, no reason in particular. It's red. Again, you take for granted doing that with the keyboard and mouse. I'm only on a keyboard, I don't have the luxury of a mouse. It's not that I can't set one up, I could set one up if I wanted to. I have one plugged into the machine, I just don't play that way. It doesn't feel right to me, it feels weird. Yeah, I knew it behind me. It established it's a thing. I mean, again, it's done nothing greatly offensive. It's just being mediocre. It's just sort of showing mediocre level design. Well, I'm not really sure what I'm doing. I think it's a good idea, but I don't know how to properly test a level. Is this going to eat all my ammunition? Quite possibly. I don't care, it's only the pistol. Oh wait, no, I like the pistol.
My God.
Okay, well there are... Well, the mute button's right there. Oh, fine. Whatever, I picked right by picking red right. I don't know where anything is in that level. That level can screw off.
Gonna rip him a new one.
I didn't like that at all. Where do I know this music from? I've heard it somewhere. I can't think where I know that from. Where do I know that from? Got no idea. I should... Yeah, I don't know, but I know it. Oh, that's a good sign. We're copying 3D Realms again. We're copying... oh, what's the name of it? I can never remember the levels by name, but I know which level it's copying. It's a really old one. That's in episode 2, so it's one of the Microsoft samples, aren't it? We obviously went for top quality here. Yeah, no, so that area scars me. That area scars me because that looks like originality, and every time we run into originality, it starts to get rather poor. It's just a hallway. It might be alright. We might get away with it. My stomach's starting to hurt. Oh. Well, let's spend the next 20 years trying to figure out how to open the door. There we go. Problem solved. The other thing with this, been full of slurps, my K5 here is not going to like it, so the performance might start tanking a bit. It's actually quite a nice looking area. I like the look of it visually. I find that a bit weird. Like, diagonaling into a point like that makes the wall look like it's two-dimensional, so that's really not one of the best ways to do things, but... You know, it's not like really like major, like, oh no, that's terrible or anything. Ruins a nice bit of design. There's some good design in that area. Even though it's a load of copy and paste, it's not really necessarily bad. It does do good things. You see these odd moments of like, hey, that's pretty neat. It's pretty behind. Because it's like 2000 stuff, and it's built like 90s stuff, but every now and then it gets it. You see in Blood, we could do that as a stepped rotate, and we could have all 4 like segments of that accessible, like one after another. I liked Blood's effects system, it was quite nice. Yeah, I don't know that it's that he lacks medkits in places so much as he puts them in areas where they're not avoidable. Like, to go in there, I would be within the hit range of those and pick them up. Well, I'll have that. Of course they're behind me, they're always behind you in this. He hasn't done it with anything big yet, at least. I think the biggest he's done that with was chain gun idiots. And I'm just waiting for the moment he does it with a blade. You know it's coming, you know at some point it will put a blade behind me. And then I will lose my temper. Yeah, these guys, enforcers, they're the biggest thing he's ever spawned behind me as yet. Okay, we know we've got a room of drones, we don't know where it is, but we know we've got it. We're gonna have to deal with. But I got a red key, and I'm sure I saw somewhere to put it. So if I can go and find the place to put it, then we can make progress, right? Until our next roadblock. Might be alright, you know, again, it's very easy to prejudice me, I've noticed, that if you do something that pisses me off, then I go sour very quickly. Wonder if lore-wise the list troopers deliberately placed the collectibles to trap Duke. I think they're just negligent. I mean, I've heard people question, like, why do they drop pistol ammo because they don't use a pistol? I mean, they did at one time, back when they were robots. They fired a pistol. I think really it's just game logic that that's your weapon that you use, so there needs to be a way to keep you in ammo, and it's a good way to do it is have enemies drop it. Something Doom didn't figure out in a lot of other FPS games. But I suppose they could, I wouldn't put it past them. Put atomic health down just to bait him into being there. Otherwise I always just figured it was, damn it, it was their supplies that they brought along.
I'm looking good.
No, let's not use that because I might need it for health later. That's great use of the effects system. We forgot to put an SE in there, evidently. It's B for beat, it just copies 3D realms though. I still think, since it tends to spawn right behind him when he grabs a keycard. In DNF, some of the pig cops use pistols, even dual wield them. I do remember that. I remember them having some variety. I still wonder what a shit show it would have been if the female lizard troopers had been in it. Like, the Scalies would still be going on about it to this day. Like, I'm so glad they didn't put this in. So they were a thing, they did design them. The game was going to have female lizard troopers in it at one time. I don't think they ever coded any of it, but they did the design sketches. They are out there, you can find them. They're about as awful as you would expect them to be. Oh, and they had Misters come out. Oh, I thought it was going to be like a tag, like one camera that was just going to spin indefinitely. At least it's starting to give me shotgun out, though. I'm going to make a video at some point on how to, when I've got free time, I'm going to make a video on how to make these sort of spiral stars. I've found I probably build them a bit differently to other people. Yeah, they're not that hard to make. You know, I've seen quite a few times people trip over making them. They're actually quite easy to do once you know how. Just use a pistol, just around a distance, and these guys aren't that strong. What was the point in that, anyway? What did that switch do? I didn't really get to see what it did, other than make the missiles come out. I assume it did something. I mean, there's nice attention to detail here. I like the design. I like what he's done with it. It's quite simple, but I like it. Oh, I'll just rocket these losers. I got full rockets. We might as well use them. They're there to be used. Gonna use it up, gonna wear it out. There's nothing left from this old world archive except that drone. Oh, he's in a confined space. You don't get to do that very often. Should have added the feminist elves. Well, yeah, they're nuclear winter, but I wouldn't mind seeing them make a return. Like, if Duke Forever had sold well, it would have got a sequel. You know, that probably would have been around the mid-2010s. It would have been the ideal time to do it, I think. Would have been to just reintroduce those, make them actually canonically an enemy in Duke Nukem's universe. The feminist elven militia. I could see them staging an invasion. But, like, set the game when they've already taken over. Like, you know, they're not even, like, trying to invade, because they didn't do it militarily like the reptoids or the regelatins or anything like that. They just sort of landed, acted really overly friendly, if not a bit passive-aggressive, and got into, like, all of Art's institutions, and then took over. And so Duke has to root it all out. You know, just go around, like, kicking some ass, basically. I'm not sure it would be the most sound plot for a game, but I would find it entertaining. You sure this is a Microsoft MIDI and that it's not from that silly beach add-on? Because it sounds like something I would hear in there. It's that same cheap sort of crappiness about it. Strange, I like that vibe when it's in Larry 6, but not when it's in Duke 3D. It doesn't really fit Duke, I don't think. I should have done Duke DC, it's July. Fuck it, we'll do that soon. It doesn't matter, we'll do it later. Forget him spawning behind me, he spawned at my ass, that one. You saw me end up getting pushed into the ceiling as I was stood on top of him. Again, this leads me into a bunch of areas for nothing. Huh? What? Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting that. But, alright. That's fine. It's less doom feeling than the first episode. So really, actually, on average, it is still on an upward trajectory from where it all started. Like, this is getting better. Who knows? Maybe it'll actually turn out really good. Final boss against the Hillary Clinton-themed alien. The thing is, that actually I think would work. That wouldn't even feel out of place in Duke's universe. Like, they could have, to sort of play it safe, they could sort of pass it off as like, oh, it's not the real Hillary Clinton. Like, the feminist elven militia have basically, you know, engineered one of themselves as a replacement for Hillary Clinton. The real Hillary Clinton's like missing or whatever, you know, nobody knows what happened to her, but game's not allowed to be that audacious though. It has to be safe edge like GTA. GTA lost me the minute they took school buses out of it.
Come on.
Do I have any desire to, like, you know, terrorise those? No, but the whole point of GTA originally, it was just trying to piss people off. And so the moment they took things like that out of it, it's like, well, you're obviously not trying anymore. Now you're playing it safe. You're like, we're a bit scared of doing that. So what are you scared of? Like, no, put them back in. Like, because it was awful. That's the thing. It was supposed to be awful. That's the whole point. You're playing as a criminal. Criminals do. But I still think it's fucking funny with GTA. How, you know, you're on the feminist thing, and they never mentioned GTA when they were like, we should have more female representation in games. Like, yeah, well, GTA, like, didn't have, like, the whole thing they were whining about of they don't put female characters. Like, GTA actually did have female characters. Originally, you could play as a woman. There was 4 women and 4 men that you had to choose from. And, well, they removed that in the later ones where you could only play as men. It's like, hey, yeah, that's not right. Women can be career criminals too. There's plenty of them out there. You know, so I don't know. I guess they didn't care about GTA. I guess they just didn't give a fuck about that one. Same way they didn't give a fuck about, you know, Sierra soft porn adventure or anything. One of the greatest representations of women in the games industry, and they just never mentioned it. The blatant exploitation of men. It is straight up just a clone. This is when it works best, is when it's straight up cloning. Even Simpsons Hit and Run had school buses. Yeah, but it was cartoony, so they couldn't get away with it. You can tell I really trust it by how far away I run. Okay. Yeah, this level wasn't bad so far. I didn't mind this. It was alright. Wasn't that bad to navigate. It did a lot of things right by just copying 3D Realms designs and not really venturing off on its own too much. Shows a drive to improve. Even when it's getting it wrong, it shows a drive to improve. So, I have a far bit of lenience on this one. Well, that was kind of not very useful. It very nearly crushed me to death. Are we doing, yeah, Lunar Reactor now then, I guess? I might as well use these for a while. I'm telling you, this sounds like it's from Duke Caribbean, this music. Like, I'm sure it is one of the Microsoft, like, media folder specials. I'm really surprised you don't hear the wave files from those all over the place. Instead, you just hear that shitty, wow sound and that bra guy. Wait a minute. I feel bad for people, you know, they just make like their stuff out the same few resources as everybody else. It's like, yeah, they're really sort of picking scraps up off the floor there. It's, you know, maybe they just can't get anything else. Having said that, like, availability of resources for producing multimedia should be a lot better now than it was. You know, when I got into, like, doing YouTube videos and stuff, like, finding resources to use in them was damn near impossible. Like, it just wasn't something you could easily do. And that is actually something the internet's better at now than, oh, I should order you hear them spawn as the door opens, and your instinct is to walk backwards, and you shouldn't, because they'll be behind you in this. This bit's not cloning a 3D Realms level. This is some other level I have played. Might actually be by this guy though, for all I know, so might actually have got a standalone release this one, maybe. Maybe thinking that maybe this was slightly better than the others. I need to stop using a shotgun though, because he doesn't ammo you up on that very often. Like he has in this level. It hasn't actually. I mean, there is Area 51 queues in this bit. I find it worse whenever I hear people watching local videos online that just started keeping up with memes from a decade ago. Well, you see, this is why I don't do memes. Why I don't do memes and sort of trendy words that people make up and shit. Because it'll make no sense. Like, people will forget about it, like, in a few months, and then it'll make no sense. Great texturing in here. Fantastic. I guess we don't know what the pen buttons do. Maybe the wall's pansexual. Maybe that's its problem. That's why its textures look like that. Maybe that's what that means. I've never really thought about that before, but maybe it's just people who get aroused by using the texture panning button. I'm sure there's somebody out there who does. Like, whoa, look at that. Look at the XY offset. Oh, yeah. I suppose I'll have to let that poll run, you know, run its course and announce the winning Larry 6 goal someday. As to which one's the hottest, I mean the better designed. And it's a bit of a difficult choice. I think I know which one I'm going to vote for though. Like Vans, are you vansexual? Maybe. I used to joke about one of my friends in college and say he was into caravans. Like that was his own doing, because I mean he wasn't. I think the final New Age goal was the best pass. Yeah, I could see that. Not really my kind of thing. Yeah, but my college friend, we had an assignment on the business like thing though. It's like, oh, print media. You need to find print media that is available on subscription, has like printed advertisements. You know, and all this shit, and the college will pay for it. Oh, that's cool. So we all went to the news agents and went to buy a magazine, and he's there like, well, what do we get there? Shall we get one about boats or something? Oh, might be some motorboat or something going on, because I'm getting this. You can't do that, you can't, you know, I'll just reach a top shelf magazine down, because I'm getting it. No, you can't do that. I'm not working with you because we put you in bars, you know, I'm not working with you if you're going to do that. Why? You get to ogle boobs in class and get them over. No, you can't do that. We go back to the class. It was his idea, miss, I told him. College paid for it, they had to. It was within the bullet points of the assignment. So no choice. But he wouldn't do it, so I'm not working with him. I don't want to be seen with that. I'm like, why? You're gay or something? And so he got to go and get another one. He went and got a caravan magazine. Like, you're in the caravans, are you? I see how it is. I see how it is. You like the caravans, you weirdo. And so anytime I went anywhere, I was like, oh yeah, this is my friend. He likes, he's into caravans. Larry Laffer and Duke Nukem crossover. Yeah, I don't know how it would work. Why not? Could still be fun. You know, if it was passed off entirely as a joke, I wouldn't be against it. Belt's deactivated, but why? What does that do for me? This is turning into quite a switch hunt, isn't it? Well, that's where I want to go, but as to how to get there, I don't know yet. Can I first do a wall? No, I think he knows about that, this mapper. Ah, damn it! Okay, whatever. Maybe something else opened and it's just not obvious. Yeah, it used to piss him off. Alright, so he's into caravans. He really likes caravans. He gets quite excited when he sees those. Nice, dumb and easy too. Just none of them had. None of them were wielding sharp objects in there. I seem to have. I've noticed that I might have a bit of a thing for women who wield sharp objects. I mean, if you think about it, I like Scissor Woman, I like Daniela, I quite liked the Psychotic Meter with her chainsaw. The other video, I didn't even know Larry was a franchise or series. I just remember the latest one coming out and getting panned on 360. I don't know about the newer ones, and I don't want to play them. So I'm going to stop at 7. Like, I'm going to go back, do the fast one, and go through to Larry 7, and that's where it ends for me.
Let's rock.
It was a difficult one to do because the game's, like, so voice heavy. The ones before it don't have voices, so they might flow a little better. Plus, I mean, it wasn't exactly a short game.
Come get some.
Quite a lengthy game. Possibility of getting cut up in your sleep exit. It might do, yeah. Maybe. Maybe I'm into that sort of thing. I don't know. I've noticed there's a certain type of voice I go for. Like, I definitely caught that with Marilee's voice. That's that sort of, I don't know, there's like this shrillness to it, like, similar to the Scissor Woman's voice actress.
Who wants some?
That obviously does something for me, I'm not sure why. I don't question it, really. You've woken the entire resort. Now everybody is staring at you, bungee jumping in the middle of the night, wearing nothing but embarrassment. Now you see, that's one of them you problem things, embarrassment. I don't get embarrassed. I learned long ago not to get embarrassed because then it's everybody else's problem. I prefer when they don't speak at all. Yeah, well, good luck with that, because they like doing that. That's one of their favourite things to do. And they just won't stop. So they might as well have a nice voice, because you're going to hear it a lot. I mean, don't necessarily take in what they're saying, but you're still going to hear it. I do find, like, if I'm sat around women, that my brain shuts off after a while. It stops actually taking in what has been said. It kind of gives up. Because it's generally quite inane, and so it's like, I don't think I need to listen to this anymore. I've learned enough to where I can predict the rest of it quite reliably. You can actually do this with a lot of men as well, but obviously I'm not really interested in them, so it doesn't really apply, but Ow! Really? Does that just start? I thought it was a light switch. I wasn't expecting that. So I was looking to take it back by it. Okay. That's on fire. What's the point in having force fields if I can just turn them off? See, this level has like its 0 hour vibes again. As in that weird mod. Did Neil Ross narrate Larry Gibbs? Yeah, well, he did Larry 7 as well, as far as I know. It was weird, because when you wrote that comment, I'd just been sat there thinking, like, where do I know this Moneybags guy voice from? I've heard it somewhere, and when I looked it up, it didn't say it was Neil Ross. And so, well, I can't place this guy. The guy I looked up, like, you know, who it came back with, he's not in anything I know. Neil Ross is. Like, so, yeah. But yeah, he did Larry 7 as well, I think. I wish they'd done sort of a re-release of the earlier games and put him in those, because I think he is very good as a narrator, but we don't really get to hear him that much, because there's only the 2 games that were voiced. The rest of them, it's just in text. So you have to sit there and read it. Where are we going from here? How long until we get lost in this level, do we think? Hearts and lizards. See, this force field doesn't just have a convenience switch. Yeah, they replaced the previous guy with Neil Ross for Spyro 3. For some reason I forgot that. Probably because they got a lot more lines in Spyro 3.
Where is it?
It could be. I don't know my way around the Spyro games. I like what I've seen of them though. Like, I'll give them a go on my own, like, in my own spare time, and probably won't stream it or anything, but I'll definitely give them a go. Because they look like proper 90s, like, platformer type things, you know, very much in the same vein as something like Banjo-Kazooie, but distinctly different from Banjo-Kazooie. Like, it's not just like a direct replacement for it. You know, it's definitely its own thing, but it's in that same sort of vein. And I quite like that sort of thing. I've slipped up in that main channel video. I've realised I've got a few clips in it where I forgot to take my sodding glasses off, so now everybody knows I'm a fucking dork. I'm not happy about that, and it's too late to go back and edit it now. So I might as well just wear them when I'm streaming now. I'm not going to, I refuse.
What a mess.
Yeah, that's a dead end. It had its own style and vibe, plus was faster than anything from the time, even from modern games, if I'm honest. Well, that's the thing, and I think I'd said, like, back when you played the first one, that it's a good example of using the strengths of the platform that it's on, that it's playing to what the PS1 can do, rather than playing against it. Like, it looks cartoony, it has this sort of smoothed out look about the textures that they tend to just smooth from one colour to another. They're not like very intensely detailed and sharp. You know, they're quite, like I say, soft, and it works. It's playing to the strengths of the hardware rather than fighting against it. And you know, if you try and make something look realistic on the PlayStation 1, it's probably not going to work very well. If you make something that looks like Spyro, it actually does. It works well, and it lets you get a bit more performance out of it. I mean, Silent Hill was an attempt, and it's a good game, Silent Hill, was an attempt to make something look kind of realistic on a PS1. It did a good job, but at the cost that it has to have the draw fog absolutely everywhere, and it doesn't always perform very well. The demo for the first Spyro and Crash 3 blew me away as a kid. Yeah, I still only knew Gals that had the Crash Bandicoot games. Never saw that in the stack of discs of any of the boys. There always seemed to be Gals that played Crash.
Come on.
I know, because they used to nag me to beat levels for them. It ain't like using PS1 polygons. Trying to make it realistic wouldn't work. Yeah, it's a thing that the 90s was guilty of, I think, was this constant... They started a big push for realism in the 90s in games. I think we lost out because of it. I think we went 3D a bit too early in a lot of things. Like, I think some games just didn't need to be 3D. Something like Spyro, obviously, yeah, you know, it works well, but... there's a lot of things that were around in that decade where I don't think it was necessary. Well, it looks like we're stuck again. Everything's on key cards or remote switches that we haven't seen. I mean, this really is the only area that's open to me, so I have one last thorough look around before I just start cheating again, because I don't have all night. See nothing from there. That's obviously the area above the dome thing. I think Mario games and Sonic are a better example of some of their works in 2D. I would say so, yeah. Mario Galaxy seemed alright. I mean... And I like Sonic Adventure 1. I do like Sonic Adventure 1, but... Historically, yeah, I think the 2D Sonic games have been better. Jeez. So I'd have to remember the contents of all those view screens and throw this switch and try and catch some sort of difference on them. Got no chance. Oh man, really? Oh, you know, this doesn't work, and it's not supposed to work. Out of order sticker. So it's not broken level. Like, it is meant to do that. Well, what are we supposed to be doing then? Honestly, starting to question if there's like shit that's missing. Let's try leaving that switch in the off position. Maybe it's one of those. Maybe it's one of them switches that needs to be off. I haven't seen any indication of, yeah, okay. There we go. Sort of looked at the force field there and figure, well, maybe that's what it's for. Not very obvious. I don't think any of the cameras pointed at that. Sometimes you really do have to dedicate a view screen to just one thing. Or have some sort of something. You know, again, this is why non-linearity sucks in games like this. Because you give me all these different ways that you could possibly go and things that the Switch could do. And it's miles away from any of them. So how am I supposed to know which one it does? Just got to stumble around blindly. And there's the non-linearity that you've presented all these things to me. And so I don't know what it's going to do. Whereas the more linear level, there's only one or two things it could possibly do. So that's not so bad. You know, open the level up as it goes on. Have loops back into itself. They're giving me just a big bloody central hub. It doesn't really make for a nice experience. So I like doing things in an FPS game. Now, if it's an adventure game or something, then do it, and it's fine. In an FPS, it doesn't really, it doesn't work well. Oh, it's a floppy disk drive. This texture is a floppy disk drive. It's like, it's the part that the drive head runs on. I did identify the model of hard drive that the circuit board textures come from as well, but I've forgotten what it is now. The thing that bothers me about non-linearity, Duke doesn't strike me as a character who'd have the patience for all that faffing about. Probably not. I like Adventure 1 also, a good but flawed game. I like the second one too, but hated the terrible Knuckles. Yeah, they made the Knuckles mechanic worse in the second ones because they force you to do the emeralds in order, so it forces you to backtrack a lot. It's that the mines level was the one that pissed me off the most. And plus you have to do them. Like, Adventure 1 was like a sampler. It's, I don't like big stages, but the game never forced me to do them, really. So, yeah, you got to do it if you want 100%, but if I don't want to play it, then, well, I can play all the other characters' stages still. The game's not going to stop me doing it. Oops. Oh dear. I blew up some birds. Well, I'm sure they would have been drowning down here. You know, when people you blow up the women, it's like, look, they've been underwater probably for days here, and they're still not dead, so really I don't think, like, they were, like, alive like normal people anywhere by now. They're obviously in an agonising undead state. I'm doing them a favour. I'm showing mercy. Duke players, some of them, they get really uppity about it. It's quite funny. Big was Duke with Down syndrome. Well, yeah, it's the same voice actor, right? Ow! Ah! Bloody hair fever, man. Right, let's go back in the water in case I missed something. Did any of this do out? Doesn't look like it. Any openings? Can't see any. Maybe there's something in there, wherever there is. It doesn't really give you much opportunity to look. Don't you dare try to look! I still find that genuinely concerning. People play through Atlantis and they never try to look. She's there, it's like, don't you dare try to look, and so they don't. They obediently turn away and stare at the door. It's like, come on, the game's inviting you to look. Like, that's why the line's phrased that way. It's because they know you're going to. Something wrong with people. Okay, we got a blue key, so I can go in there. There was another blue key card slot somewhere. I seen it. Hopefully I don't have to do them in a particular order. I don't think this would have that problem. It doesn't strike me as something that would have that problem. But I gotta say, there's got to be something up there, because there's a huge room to have nothing in it. Oh, here we go with the shade wank pillars. Gotta have those. You gotta put pillars that make walking around like you snag on everything. But it had to be done for the shade wank. That contributes nothing to the level and distracts from what might be important shading somewhere that could occlude the player in without them noticing and made them feel good. I could have just used the door. Oh, I broke the glass for nothing. I feel like a jerk. The guy who does the glass is only doing his job, man. Uh-oh. Oh, let me in. I don't want to deal with that. No. Stupid drones. Stupid octors. That was weird. The switch didn't move. Is that something I need to be concerned about? Doesn't look like it. Seems to be a touch plug. I'm still cautious of switches because of what happened last time. So when I see things like that, you see, this is a lot harder to do with just a keyboard. Jeez, do we need that many of them? I got this. Yeah, solid. Blow him up. Alright, maybe not. No problem at all. I got it first time. Everybody saw that, right? Yeah, we got it the first time. From Duke's perspective, we probably did, because I figure when you reload, like, the time after it, like, never happened. Or it's in an alternate universe, and in this universe, we did it first time. So, so there was never a problem. You know, it is a lot harder to do the shrink thing on Battle Lords with a keyboard only. You know, maybe I should train myself to play with a mouse, but like I say, it just doesn't feel right to me. I've done it before, and I don't really like it. It doesn't feel right. The console ports of this game, they're a bit nasty to control at times. N64 port was definitely the best one. I do wish we'd got a Dreamcast port of this game. Like, it would have been a bit late, but I'd like to have seen it. I think this game would have been good on Dreamcast, and I still think it would have sold moderately well. It hadn't fallen from relevance yet. Plus, I mean, DNF was meant to be coming out. It could have been essentially used for marketing that. I don't think it would take much to port the game to a Dreamcast. I mean, geez, a Dreamcast is powerful enough. You probably wouldn't even need to rewrite the renderer. You could probably just render it out to a bloody tile somewhere and display that on the screen and it'd run fine. The console's got plenty of power to do that sort of thing. Well, maybe you should that there is an explosives version of that green box texture. I'm quite sure. Maybe you should have used that. Just to make sure that I would get that. Oh, this is a big room. That's ominous. What are they going to do to me in here? Nothing, it turns out. This looks like it opens. Really wish I had that jetpack from back on the fast stage. I'm sure I picked it up, you know. Because I'd have used it a few times by now. I almost wonder if it was designed around that. I'm hoping you would find it. So this is above that. Have I been over there? Is that alright? Okay. Not well indicated. I'd have probably used the switch for the elevator there. Just to indicate that it does something. The only reason I caught that is, like, you know, 30 years of playing the game. Otherwise I might well have missed it. There isn't anything down here. Yeah, okay. It doesn't feel like somewhere I'd want to hang out. No? I thought that would blow something up. It felt like it was an explosion waiting to happen. That's this area. What a good that is to me. Why would I want to go back in there? We haven't even seen anything of that other blue key door that we saw early on. Do we even need that? This looks like it should do something, just with the way it's lit. But this thing has enough wank shading in it that you never really can be too sure. Yeah, as expected, he's in here. Should do it. I hope I wasn't supposed to be stood on that. Oh, jeez. Left his mortars all over the place. Ah, finally, a jetpack. Awesome. They just gave me one. Well, that'll solve that problem. Now we'll probably never want it again for the remainder of the episode. Well, that'll be it now. All the levels will be flat. Is that behind me or is that someplace else? So that sounds pretty serious. Okay, I had a feeling. Let's just use this, sod it. Needs be, I'll just cheat myself another one and kind of pass car it. Yeah, when did they get in? There we go. Alright. Not sure what that does. Not sure what that does. The way it sets view screens up really aren't conducive to steering me around very well. I think the smart thing to do would be to look nearby. Okay, I don't think I've even been in there yet. Did it do anything in here? This has this big door. Yeah, but that doesn't... it's probably blocked off, right? Yeah, so I can't go out there or anything. Have we got the one mist on that? Oh, there's better. No problem, though. We'll go that way. Now, there's guys everywhere, and I don't really know where I'm supposed to be. So if we open it up in pieces, we're sort of going the right way, but instead you just open me up into another sort of forked path. Oh, cool. Fuck the rest of the forked path, I'm putting the key in. Jeez. Oh man, they got pretty hefty potatoes in here. All these fucking explosive weapons. Thing that tends to have a lot of cramped geometry. It's not necessarily a good mix. Okay. That was experience speaking there, the use of the jetpack. You notice how I turned it off early and bumped the edge of the ledge and made it up for knowing full well what the collision system would do. Sometimes you play something long enough and you really get a feel for it. It's nice when it works. It's very nice when it works. Yes, so I guess now we're on the lookout for this green elevator, wherever that is. This is back here, we've already been here. What's the point in this? This is doing me no good. You see, non-linear backtracking, but probably with no purpose, because I probably never need to go back there. It's probably for no reason. It's for no benefit. It would be useful in multiplayer, I guess, but it's not very good in single player. It doesn't really add anything. Unless I do have to go back there, but... would I really? What does red key even do? I mean, this is right back at the start. Well, this is where we started. We're back at the beginning of the level now. Oh. What are we looking for? And the room next to this one proves that it will bring things up out of the floor, so there could well be an area we've already been that now has things in it that didn't before. Oh, okay. We do need to be back here. Hasn't built trust with me, this thing. It really hasn't. It'll build trust with me is it makes navigating harder, because I don't trust what your level's trying to do to me, you know. I think this was a lot of 0 hours, as in its 0 hour. I think that was a lot of its problem, was that it just didn't really get the player to trust it enough. Because you didn't trust it, you tend to end up getting yourself in the wrong spot. So do I really want to go that way? You know, you learn early on that if you're not going the right way, you can get in a very nasty situation, and so you're hesitant to try things. I can usually knock those through blocking walls, it's not working this time. There we go. Well, I look forward to getting stuck in there. So I'm sure it's going to happen. I'm sure there'll be some bullshit that it tries to do to me. I have to walk 50 million miles just to find a switch somewhere. I'm guessing this is guesswork for what the Star Trek level was going to be when they had the tilting floor in there. It's my best guess. Yeah, maybe it was going to rotate. Don't know, we'll never get to play it, you know. I mean, let's never forget that Void Point preferred to hand the prototype assets to Gearbox rather than us, so that should tell you all you need to know about them. Randy Pitchford is more deserving of Duke 3D assets than we are, apparently. That's what those people figure. Again, people, you know, some of them figure I'm way too harsh on these people, I'm not very nice to them and shit. They don't deserve me being nice to them. They haven't done anything to get me to be nice to them. They just do shit like that. So you're going to earn my respect that way. Get the sort of verbal abuse you deserve. Amazingly wonderful people who obviously really like the game. I mean, it's one of the reasons I get mad at things that kind of like suck that I'm made for this is because I like the game, you know, it's almost insulted on the game's behalf. Do you anticipate that Duke community would die off shit? No, enough has. There's not very many people left. Well, what did that Switch do for us? I respect the ambition of this level. Yeah, I guess I've got to get through there, but as to how I've got to get through there, I don't know. And taking that shuttle did nothing for us. It put us back there. He put a shuttle just because he wanted it.
Damn, I'm good.
See another shuttle over there. I wonder what that one's for. Hold up, is this timed or something? It could be. I'm sure I got that last time. Okay, there we go. So this leads us into the other shuttle. I'm getting real tired. That swashplate sector effect. There's some neat effects this game, like first time. I didn't really see other games doing these things. I think Dark Forces was about the only other one. Yeah, I gotta play some Dark Forces custom stuff, but I mean with the shit I had going on back when I did the playthrough of that, I just kind of forgot about it, I gotta be honest. Like, since about this time last year, really, I've hardly had a moment to fucking sit down other than the time you see me, like, live streaming and shit. Like, the world's just that fucking hectic. It's bullshit, man. I just want to sit here and be lazy. People have accused me of being lazy my whole life, and it's like, you know, I'd really like to be. I'd love to be lazy. I wish I was. You know, I kind of want to be at this point. Any health lying around before we leave? I'm not backtracking that far. Alright, fine, we'll just leave with what we got, we'll be fine. He hasn't actually starved us of it that bad this time around. Been far more generous. Plus the fact this game uses the FPU is why it chugs so hard on SX. Yeah, it only uses it for slurp, so.
Rockin'.
I wonder if somebody could write an integer only like slurp type thing for it that it could branch into. Because obviously there was going to be one, and it just didn't get finished because I figured they didn't need it that late on. Well, it seems doable.
Hail to the king, baby.
I think somebody tried actually thinking about it. I think there is an effort to do that somewhere. Let's see if I can find it. They could have just done it cheap and just like not render slopes. Like that would work. Just load an alternate copy of the map file if it detects no FPU. You know, it's like you get a version of the map that only has like flat surfaces in it. Yeah, that's actually how I'd fix it. I think that's how I'd do it. I'd do it the cheap scale. Well, it would evolve. It would avoid a lot of problems, I guess. It would be the simplest solution. And when I do like programming and development, I like to find the simplest solution to the problem. To find the simplest way tends to work better. Yeah, well, we saw it on my U5, like, I mean, it wasn't so bad once I cranked the settings of the machine up, actually. It performed quite respectably, but yeah, in the Abyss, you did see it tank a far bit, and it didn't like it very much. Did alright, though. I mean, everything's below the system requirements, so, you know, what do you expect? It wouldn't be a XeFF playthrough if you weren't pushing your luck with system requirements. I can't be doing with, like, exceeding those. I like to operate very close to them. Plus the fact if you operate close to them, you can find out very quickly if something was actually tested or not. Because if it performs like shit, then it sort of proves that they probably didn't test whatever the thing is. You know, that they just made it up. Let me do a save. Yeah, they're all the way out on level 6 or something, so not that far to go, I wouldn't think. That's like, what, 11 levels? Let me get a cigarette going. Really likes the electric piano sounds of his music in this one. Yeah, overall, definitely an improvement over the first episode. Still feels way older than it actually is. It really does feel like a 90s project. Rather than something that was in the 2000s, and the very last things in it were like within the 2020s, I think, the 7th episode. Are these force fielded as well? Yeah. What about that? Do you think that might be enterable? No, not through legitimate means, but we can get a sneak peek in there. Okay, so now if I see that area on a view screen, I can sort of figure in my head whereabouts it is. Well, there was nothing to do over there, so it must be something over here. So we're straight back into non-linear bullshit. That's essentially what we've established here. Yeah, I don't know what we did. Actually, we've learnt the view screens don't really help because of the way they're set up, so we'll just not even bother looking at them because I think it's just a time sink at this point. I'm getting nothing for it. Yeah, it just went with gut feeling. It worked. It paid off. Because I might want to duck back out for something. You never know what it's going to do. It might spawn explosions or something. Probably not, but it could. It's not impossible. Yeah, this music's kind of moldy. Shit. Slope falls. I tried to jump. But we know how that is. We know jumping is not the most reliable thing if you're on a sloped surface. Well, it's mighty convenient they put these shafts into their explosive storage area so that we could, you know, somebody could blow them up. So it turns out when I said, well, there might be explosions, I was kind of right. Maybe I'm getting a feel for the way the guy builds levels after all. Could be. I don't know why I would ever need this redundant thing, but we'll do it, just to be sure. Yeah, fuck you, I'm glad I served. I just had a feeling. So I am getting a feel for the way he does these things. Yeah, burgers. Yeah, well, maybe not, but whatever. Good enough. It'll get us where we're going. Hopefully. Jeez, man. What a slog. Very, very far from being the worst thing I've ever played. It's just mediocre. It really is. It's like so many other things I've played. Doesn't do anything to set it apart. There's nothing innovative, nothing, not even an attempt. It's happy to just sit there and be bootleg Duke 3D. That's all it wants to do. I thought it was sort of back where I've been, it's not. He was like fully blocking me then. Okay, secret place, cool, but where do I actually need to be? This seems like a dead end. Yeah, there's like nothing over it. What's the point in this? What's his purpose? What's his function? I can't get out. Oh dear, would this be a soft lock then if I didn't... No, this is an elevator apparently. It was a very weak design. I don't know why you would do it that way. Okay, we're behind that door that's locked. I hope it's not meant to be open already. So if it is, we're going to be screwed. I'm out of ideas. I'm just going to put another remote switch on the thing. Alright, fine. I don't mind a combination switch puzzle. They don't offend me like they do some people. Oh. Do I want to go in now? Is that necessary? Could be. Yeah, I can unlock the door from there. No problem. I wonder if there'll be any other hidden elevators in here. A hidden door. Fuck me, this thing's weird. This thing's just a freak. It really is. Oh, I don't want to miss my train. Shit. There we go. Problem solved. I hope I can get this damn house cleared, man. I've done nothing else. Like, I'm sorry, I've been absolutely drained the last few times I've streamed. Like, I know I've just had no energy. You know, it's just non-stop. All day, every day, it's just moving shit, cleaning shit. You think, well, 28th, it won't end that easily, because I know what they're like. They'll want to come back for something else, and they have to move everything to a different spot. And so all that shit last year, like trying to organise the place, shit's where I want it to be, wasting my time, because on a whim, you know, the government can just decide, no, you got to move everything in your house and put it where we've decided we want you to put it. Well, I didn't like that room. That looked like a performance nightmare to me. real proud of the overlapping geometry. Nothing wrong with it. Just that when you combine it with non-linear layouts, it can make navigating difficult because you can't just stare at the map. You know, people wonder, like a lot of people over time, you know, you're weird. You do it a crappy way because you use that fucking room again. Because you use silent teleporters, like to go in and out of buildings and shit. Port door. Okay. You know, why don't you just overlap it? You know, you're too much of a noob to overlap it. It's like, well, I think I've proven, you know, with shit like dimensional disaster that I can do overlapping geometry no problem. Probably better than a lot of people, actually, I dare say. But I just don't want to, because it makes using the map a pain in the ass. And I think people forget it's even a mechanic. But now it's there and it's supposed to be used, so why would I want to cripple it? Unless it's part of the gimmick of the level. Which in dimensional disaster it is. I want people to look on the 2D map when the house is screwing with them. I want them to see that they're not actually getting transported to a different location as it was, that they're at the same position that they were. Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to be a big area with lots of doors. To figure out some random switch will open one of them. But as to which one is anybody's guess. Is this where I came in? I think it might be. Or was that there? Yeah, that was where I came in. This was the airlock. Okay. This is going to be like the overhead room in Darkside. Yeah. And it's nice seeing an area like on a lunar surface. That's pretty neat. Always appreciate that kind of thing. If I ever have the sodding time to work on it, and I too's set on the moon, so I'm really looking forward to playing with the moon surface. It's not something I've done a whole lot. Yeah, fuck the view screen, do I need it? Probably not. Oh, what a lucky guess. Okay. So that's how you do a view screen and make it work. That's perfectly fine. I'm happy with that. Are we going to have misters out here? No, I would expect them to be, but apparently not. No problem. Ah, stop whining. Stop your screeching. It ain't that bad. It's that fucking symbol again. What is with this room? Oh, it's fine now. I don't... Oh no, look at that. There's a fucking blood out there. Great. My suspicions were not misplaced. But he's stuck on that corner and I ain't worried about that right now. Can I do anything here? No. Okay. We know there's a blood in there. Ha, stupid drones, you can't get me out here. Here, suck radius explosion. There you go. I'm sure you'll like it. Given the cost of even ad-lib cloud cards, I think I'll revive my long shelf fartlib project. Yeah, it might be the only way now. This shit got way too expensive. That's why I'm just letting shit die when it breaks, because I can't afford to repair it. I can't afford to replace it or anything. It's like, yeah, no, it's done now. Well, I guess we want to be in here somewhere, but as to why and for what, I couldn't tell you. It's never overly clear. All the view screens are set up as is not really great. Are these going to be a combination thing? Got a feeling they are. Okay. Well, I'm fine with that. We know it's not 110 or 11. One 001 1010. That's what we are. Okay. I've managed to get prescribed some medication for the stomach. It's not the most effective stuff. I don't have it yet, but hopefully that might help a bit. I don't look forward to the side effects at all, because I'm sure there'll be some. Well, it's actually stuff I've taken before, so I know what it does. Ah, Tatar drone. To figure out a suitable circuit to mix OPL3 against the 2612, the Mega Drive for double fart power. Oh no, use an op-amp. It's a general purpose op-amp. Just, oh no, that's real nice of it. Oh no, I haven't saved for ages. Crap. Oh, fine, whatever. Blast through. I'm sure I saved since then, you know. I'm sure I did. Apparently not. Oh, lousy. Yeah, those guys can stay there. Have fun. Enjoy your stay at the train station. Oh no, I think I left the key card. I did. Such classy levels. Yeah, I know, it's great.
Piece of cake.
It doesn't know when to shove off this thing, really. Every time it starts heading the right direction, it decides it's going to shoot itself in the foot again like that. Can't stand when people abuse the fucking... I might get run over here, but I'm just going for it, fuck it. Duke's not slow, I'm quite certain he can outrun a train, we should be fine. Trying to remember what happened since the save game. Was any of this necessary? Well, I've got to spawn guys behind me, of course. Wouldn't be this thing if it didn't do that. But again, at least thus far, it really has saved that for small misters, and that's not too bad. Okay, wasn't one of these totally unnecessary? I think it was. Well, there's no point asking me which one, because it's a left-right dilemma and my brain is evidently improving at that. That's twice in recent history that it has gotten it. You give me one pipe bomb, why? There's that fucking symbol again, which in this case it is linked to the switch. Not that far away. They mentioned there's some complication about trying to run a TI PSG off the ISA bus. I can't remember. I mean, as long as the clock's within range, it'll work. If you try and, like, clone the Tandy, oh, fuck off. If you try to clone the Tandy sound source, then you're going to have to get the same clock as that. If you're doing your own thing, it's not so bad, because you can just run it at a clock that's within range for the chip. Still curious to see how those crystals... Aww. Still curious to see how those crystals I ordered do for PAL subcarrier, because they're out of spec technically. Yeah, I've seen crystals general purpose 30 like ppm or worse, like in circuits and the work, so mine should be within those limits. A lot of my problems with clocks just come from the fact I've never successfully built a crystal oscillator yet. I can never get them to work. Ceramic resonators, I can get those to work, but they don't go that fast. Crystal oscillators I've never been successful with. And I don't think it's the crystal that's at fault. I think it's probably the stupid fucking 7/4 logic. As you know, most of that stuff is stuck down in the kilohertz range, regardless of what they tell you. And really, I do need to get updated copies of the data sheets to look at. Because the data sheets I read are usually like from the 80s, and a lot of the parts now are made at a worse spec than they were in the 80s. So, you know, I need to be mindful of that when I'm using parts. There's some op-amp that I ordered, can't remember what I was using them. Maybe in that Odyssey thing, and I kept breaking them, and that's because the new ones, they can't tolerate as high a voltage, so my sloppy voltage regulation was killing them. As soon as I stuck one in from the 80s, it worked fine. Because they could take like 18 volts or something, whereas now with the same chip, same part number, it can't do that anymore. Like if you go and read the new data sheet, yeah, it's just not a thing. They can't do it now. Forgotten how to make them, apparently. By pure luck, I happen to have an old 80s one in the bottom of a box. Okay. There we go. Thing is, that guy's going to be out in your garden, isn't he? I can hear him, he's furious with us, of course. Well, tough. Sucks to be you, Lord. And with the random selection, you almost think the Liz troops were there trying to crack that. They've been told by the boss, like, don't play with it. And as soon as he looks away, they're faffing about with it. It's got to do something good. Okay, it didn't take us too long to get back here. Save over that so I never have to see the stupid hidden door vents again. Yeah, I know we weren't too far from here. Exactly where we were. Gotcha, no problem. See, when I stop speaking, it gets much easier. The hell is this? This is some guy's custom episode that is very hit or miss. Oh, fucking really? This bit of the level just blurs me. So I've got to anticipate lasers, I've got to anticipate the exploding canisters, and then I've got to anticipate the train. Okay, no problem. Yeah, let's play it fucking properly safe. Duke got railed again, yeah. How long's that gonna go on for, do you think? Okay. Why would I want to go back down where the train is, though? What's down there for me? Oh, maybe I was never supposed to go down there. This is this room. I didn't take the drones out this time. See, this is an alright bit of non-linearity, the foreshadowing, because if you're on point enough to recognise where you stood, you know what you're about to get into. You know, that exploration got rewarded with no penalty. It really is far more difficult when you're on a keyboard only. Oh shit. I don't care anymore, it'll be fine. It's only a bit of damage. It really hasn't starved us for health in this installment. Like the first one did. The first one was really bad for me, but this one's been fine.
Holy cow.
As I say, it's not done anything really horrible, and it's not done anything really great. It's really just sat and maintained mediocrity aside from that one level where I ended up having to no-clip. Which I'm not even sure if that was working right, who knows, some item maybe. Fuck knows, I don't know. I've seen enough weird shit over the years that I believe it. Okay, where are we going now? I don't know if you can place blood mortars as an object. I'm quite sure you can. If not, you can just shoot them, like you could use a shooter. Although if they hit a wall, they'll explode. Weird scaling in this thing. I don't care about your pew-pew. Walk into laser, sucker. I don't want to waste my pipe bombs on it. Alright, fine. It surprisingly kept us stocked on the shotgun pretty well throughout this episode as well. I'm not sure I have another 3 levels in me though, I gotta be honest. Ah yes, obligatory spawn misters behind me. Pointless view screens again. Really is classy. 0 point in that hallway, absolutely no point going up there. And I've long since forgotten where the yellow key goes, because yay, non-linearity. Fucking hell, man, people just jizz their pants and it's non-linear. Yeah, it's horrible, it makes navigating a chore. I'd be more impressed if that door went sideways. Something I've only ever seen myself and Bob Averill do with like a slanted door. So I'm not actually sure anybody else knows how. Wouldn't be surprised if Lessing knew how to do it, but I can't remember if he ever did. But I wouldn't be surprised. He seems a sort that would know. And if so, possibly the only other one who would know how and why it works. I don't know if Bob Averill ever understood it. Well, thanks a lot. This level's fucking scum. There you go, solve you. Who else do we have to solve around here? Jeez, I died to the final boss of build games, a fucking door. That's just build games, you're always going to lose to doors. I figured out a way to stop that happening. I could actually fix it. But the fix isn't pretty. It would work, but it wouldn't be a very elegant solution. Well, what you could do is when the swing door's moving, you could have its floor and ceiling snap to the height of the parent sector's floor and ceiling. And that would stop the door from crushing you, because you would just phase through it, but because it wouldn't exist. Like, you move it, and then you render, and then you move it again. There was nothing up there, was there? We're not going up there. You know, you put it back before you render it. And so it would essentially be non-solid. And then just make sure you push the player out, like, at the end. It's not something I'm going to implement, but it's a thing that somebody could do if they wanted to fix it in the project. As it is, I don't really want to change the game mechanics, really, so... Not in that way. Like, it's just established that doors are deadly. A couple of atomic healths back where the blood was, I will go back for them. Yeah, now seems like a good time because there's every chance we're not going to come back here for a while. It's non-linear, wow! Oh man. Of course, we got backtrack misters, just in case I decided to come back. Yeah, good enough, not quite what I wanted, but it'll do. It'll have to do. Because have you ever thought that Lesin's clock can still be used to trigger timed events for a level? I don't. Well, indirectly it could, because I guess you could stick a bit off the side and put a target on it that you could knock over. Or like a gas bottle. I mean, I've built logic like that before. It's how the health works for the boss in Dimension Shift. It's just incrementally raising a C9. At least I think that's how I made those work. I'd be surprised if I did it some other way. What a shitty bit of level design. I don't like that. Exploding all there. This level seems to bank on you knowing a lot of things in advance. Oh, wait. Okay, 5's not always this. Oh, thanks a lot, asshole. So we're back to that, are we? Oh, nice. How great. Fuck's sake, I hate when people do delayed explosions like that. Well, why now? Such a big area, it's quite aimless. I'm going to hope these guys are breadcrumbing me.
I'm gonna get medieval on your
Looks like they might be. I mean, that's a competent bit of design. Doesn't really make up for what you just did to me, but nice to see. At least there's some competence. Looks like there's a whole fucking area we haven't fucked with yet. I don't know from here. These levels are getting worryingly big. They're really getting far too big for my liking. At this point, we're sort of crossing that line. I don't like big levels. I think levels should be small, especially when they're in an episode. Unless it's like the final level, but I don't believe it is. It's level 6, and I'm quite certain this has 11 levels. So we've got a ways to go yet. Granted, 1 or 2 of them might be secret levels. Okay, well, let's fumble about in the dark. Just a little girl in the dark. The things you say turn me apart. Oh, it's not a fucking enforcer, it's a blood. Oh, screw it. Rockets. Rockets will do. They'll do just fine. There you go. You fuckers up there can have some Devastator. Those for good measure. Can have some pistol for even better measure. Pistol for third measure. Was there a map that ever used the entire grid space? Plenty of maps that use the max grid sizes, but you can actually move things outside the grid and go like even farther. Might not be very stable past the point. And then you have assholes like Pascal Road, or however you say his frilly French name, that moved the thing off the grid to stop people figuring out how he built them. I just like it. I wanted to stop by to show appreciation for your awesome mapping videos and other content. Tried retirement records the other day and was blown away. Well, thanks. Yeah, well, I'd like to get back to making mapping videos, but having the free time though with all this crap going on with like the government and shit. It's not much fun. But we'll get there eventually. And hopefully work on the sequel to those levels as well. Like, I want to get on with it, but I just don't have the time. I'm really not sure where I'm going now. The level doesn't guide you very well. It just sort of leaves you to your own devices. That door's not open. Nothing seems to do anything over here. This whole dead end is putting things outside the grid subject to all kinds of bugs. Well, it can, yeah. It's not necessarily stable, but I don't think Pascal cared about that. Pascal just didn't want people looking at how he built his levels. I think in doing that he might have caused a lot of trouble because it probably encouraged people to copy them more, and copying those I'd really rather people hadn't because I never enjoyed them. I thought what he built was horrid. Like it was all about the appearance of it. It didn't flow nicely. Because yeah, there are too many projects on the go too. But I've got projects that are supposed to be on the go and I just have no time to work with them. Like at the moment I'm stuck having to move everything in the damn house just for the sake of an electrical inspection. But I'm sure once they're done with it they'll come up with some other bullshit that they want to do. I have to get back to doing some modding, but my main focus has been a comprehensive mod manager for Duke 3D. Ah, yeah, I think some people have attempted this over the years. I can't think of any specific examples. I'm pretty old hat, I just use the command line. Except for this came with a batch file that actually works. But of course I am stuck in MS-DOS land, so... No, this was just a pointless secret, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Speed Mister's behind me. It loves doing it. That's interesting, the help and the save screen stack up. You press both keys when you come out of there, like, remembers you pressed F2. Don't imagine that's useful for anything, but I'll make a mental note of it. Where am I supposed to go? How far back does it want me to backtrack? Like, what else is there to do from here?
Shit happens.
Oh, this shit's too big. It really is. Like, all of this I've never seen in this area. I don't know where it is. Yeah, there's a few things. See what I'm cooking up. Can run any of the 15 ports across 4 plus DOSBox ports, maximum customizability and a con for serving 550. Yeah.
Come on.
See, in my next project, I'm breaking away into a custom build of the game. So, like, NI2's just going to be running its own build of Duke 3D, like on DOS. There's like new effects I want to implement and stuff. So it's the best way to do it, but it will be staying on DOS. I'm not like, I'm probably not going to bother like bringing it to Windows. Emulators are pretty good now, you know. I like running on the bare metal, and so I'll stay on the bare metal. But emulation's pretty good these days. If somebody really wanted to play it, they'd do it. And I ain't gonna make anybody do it. It's like, really just make these things for myself at the end of the day. I have to assume it's what this guy was doing, because a lot of this just doesn't flow well unless you already know where you're going. And I get it's difficult, you know, when you test a level out to try and anticipate what the player might not know what they're doing. Oh no. Solid drones. This is a different drone platform. Jeez, oh my, we could easily have like 4 more levels after this. I might not complete this tonight, it might be a bit too long. This level I'll finish, I'll have a look at the next one. We might get there. Another one behind me, I think there is. They usually put them in pairs, and people place those guys.
Knock it down.
Well, it's been a slog and a half, this level, it really has. Run forward. No, the full of explosives hardly spawned any explosions at all. But we've had other things where they just go on for about 10 yards and completely change an area, which I like the dynamic, but I don't like the blow shit up in my face. You never know what you're getting into with this, you really don't. Okay, is any of this useful? It doesn't look like it. Well then why would I go down there? Is that going to be a return path from something? Jeez man, I really don't get the design language this guy has. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, you get me walking slime, you come all this way up here, just nothing up there. Well, at least it hasn't completely gone black on us again like that one level did, where you just couldn't see anything. You know, for a moment wondered if textures weren't loaded or something, but then remembered obviously it's in DOS, and if they weren't, it would just hall of mirrors. Yeah, whatever. I'm done playing far. I got past playing far a long time ago. Just dug our way through. I think it's our best bet at this point. We hope to make any progress at all. Oh, lovely. Whatever next. This level has been huge. It's way too big, this level. This should have been split off to like 2 different levels. And now it's literally huge because it's starting to get quite overscaled, I've been noticing. It's gone from being underscaled to being overscaled. It's that big that I couldn't hear the guy, like, you know, activating, and so he managed to missile me in the back. Scale, I guess, is something this guy had a hard time getting a grips with, which I can sympathise with that. I struggled with that when I came over to Duke 3D. I mean, I came over from Blood, and the scale's bigger in Blood. You know, you want to build Blood levels, you have to make everything larger than you would make it in Duke. So it took me a while to get it, and it was... I don't think it's around anymore. I think he's probably moved on to other things. America Skater. It was like, well, just place a mister and size him like 48 by 48 and then scale everything based on that. Or was it 40 by 40? It doesn't really matter. You'll get about the same result. And it's like, yeah, that works actually. It's quite odd. If somebody was a total dog and went through the sprite numbers in my levels, I guess they'd find quite often Sprite 0 is a Liz troop who's probably been moved through the whole level, like throughout his creation. Eventually you do get a feel for it, and you don't really have to do it anymore, but I kind of still like to have it though, because it gives me more of a feel for how it will look, how it will come across. Don't trust the barrels. I really don't. You never know when someone's going to trigger a big explosion. Is what we've learned. This area's given me, like, it's 0 out of vibes, big time. And slight Zaxter vibes. I think YouTube keeps eating my messages. It does that. It does that to me a lot of the time. Feel free to reach out if you want any help. I'll keep it in mind. I'll probably just one-man bend it the whole way, though. This is how I tend to work. I tend to just sit there in my own sort of bitterness and misery and slog away at things. I really should someday dig up the photo of when I bought the laptop that I use for development, because it's an old 90s laptop. The thing looked factory new when I got it. Like, not a blemish on it. And now it's all the keys are shiny and the letters are starting to wear off and everything. I was like, oh yes. But it's supposed to be used. I'm going to use it. I'm going to use the thing until it doesn't work anymore. And then I'll repair it and use it some more. I've been over there. I mean, I'll go back over there, but... I wonder if there was once a modding scene for 2D Duke games. People have tried. I might still have a copy of DN1X somewhere, which is a mod for Duke Nukem 1 from, like, back in the early 90s. It's really not very good, but... it's a fascinating relic, because you just don't see that kind of thing. Like, the level layouts in are an absolute fucking mess. It is not a nice thing to play. Unless you know the levels in advance, because most of them, the exit's out in the open with the way the guy built them. There were people modding the Keen games pretty early on. People wrote their own tools and generally didn't share them and fiddled with the dialogue and stuff. Okay, it was sent me all the way back here, but for what? Oh, this is horrible to navigate. Are you actually banking on that I would have a jetpack? I mean, I guess I could pistol it from down there. Wouldn't necessarily be super easy to do. Oh, okay. Where even was the red keycard slot? It was so many years ago, I've forgotten. I've long forgotten where that goes. Holy crap. No, was there even a red card in this? Seriously, I don't remember. I officially hate this level. I can't stand it. There was nowhere down here, was it? Can't have been down here somewhere. I mean, just the size of this place, man. Am I supposed to be impressed by the inconveniently massive level? Is that what it's about? Well, we're not getting in there. Because I'm not impressed. This makes me think somebody's not very well endowed. Is this yet another railway platform? Oh, fucking hell. No, 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 no. I didn't come this far just to get blown up. It is another fucking railway platform, but it's probably part of that same train. Okay, we found it by pure luck. Oh, where it goes. Hopefully there's not that much more left. 169 enemies and 10 secrets, way too much. Level's 3 times the size it wanted to be. But why people have this obsession for building great big levels? Worse than, like, make a thing that size and just split it into more levels. It makes it more digestible. When you eat a sandwich, you don't just cram the whole sandwich into your face in one go. I mean, you can do it, and I have done it, and then you get indigestion, and your stomach hurts. That's why you chew your food. You eat in, like, small pieces. You still ate the whole sandwich. The monitor has been working continuously. Yeah, it's alright, monitor, you'll get to sleep in a bit. Because I mean, I'm gonna have to. Fuck this. Can I bug my way in there? We don't play fire on this anymore because it stopped playing fire with us a long time ago. It is still maintaining being a mediocre expansion, this. Like, it's really not been, like, absolutely fucking awful. It has just been mediocrity. As I say, I am kind of compelled to continue because I'm curious as to whether it will, like, improve. Well, what do you want me to do? Like, this has got to be for something. You wouldn't just put this here for fun, right? Gave me pipe bombs. I guess I could send them down the conveyor belt. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. Don't know how far I'd want them to go, but... Alright, that's neat. That's alright. I like that. Good puzzle. That's quite agreeable. Or we just keep doing that? I don't know. We'll find out.
Who wants some?
How far you want it to go, I don't know. That did nothing. I guess I can't just keep relying on that. That's a shame. That would have made life so much nicer. Yeah, but I can't really see anything over there is the problem. Okay, it is doable. If I had like XGA resolution it might help because I might be able to sort of get some idea of what's over there, but I don't have XGA resolution. Ow! That's fucking annoying, dude. That is monumentally annoying. Why would you fucking do that? Oh, fucking hell, really? Alright, now I hate your combination puzzles because you were deliberately trying to piss me off. Oh, no. It almost broke. It almost broke. Gotcha. There we go. Don't know what it does. Don't know what it's for. Didn't unlock the doors. This music's way too nice and pleasant for where we are. I'm guessing he ran out of like cheap midis to download. Far enough, you can't do your own music and you don't really know enough games to steal from, you know, then yeah, whatever. But I'm sure we could have... It's not even like bad music or anything, so that feels like it's probably the other side. Maybe not. Well, what if there's bad music? It's not a very good choice and that doesn't fit. Oh, fuck you. Not this again. Holy crap, isn't it? It just can't resist, can it? Like, every time it starts pushing itself in the right direction. It's like, hey, we've got these, like, decent enough puzzles. It's simple enough. I've tried to do some gimmick with combination switches, which sucks balls, but, you know... At least there was an effort put in, even if it didn't work in execution. And then it just spits in your face. Hey, guess what? I think we got us a soft lock on our hands. Quite possibly. Unless there's a crack in the wall. But given it just exploded, you really wouldn't think that. As it happens, I have a jetpack. I can get out of here, but it banks on me having a jetpack. And so if I died and restart the level, I wouldn't have a jetpack. So yeah, I guess it is banking on that. It's either banking on this is supposed to kill me, or spanking when I have a jetpack. So that's not good design. That's very bad. Can't pull shit like that, man. Hey, what do you suspect in there? I don't know, we'll find out. Might as well. Maybe there's something good. Maybe it's progress. Not a good spot, look. Oh fuck, I should have known. Just can't resist. Yeah, you can't convince me otherwise at this point. Like, the level designer just wants to be a jerk sometimes. Really not very classy. Yeah, whatever, use it's what it's there for. Haven't seen a portable medkit for a while. Hopefully we run into one soon if it's going to be blowing things up in my face. I've seen that. Ain't getting that past me. Jeez, I'm tired. Okay, that sort of suggests I would want to be shrunk then, doesn't it? But what for? Is this going to be, hope you went the right way? Maybe. Hey, did you know you can actually jump when shrunk? Only if you're standing on water. If you stand on a Terratec 1 sector when you're shrunk, you can still jump. All these divergent paths. Yeah. And the other path probably just went to that outlet there, but... Good. There you go, let's try and get a bit more for our money when we use our ammo up. Oh shit. I was about to say, you watched something spawn right on top of me. And I actually remember that happened last time, and I'm having... Why am I having deja vu of having deja vu? Oh, that's a weird feeling. Okay, he's in there, right? Yes, he is. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I kind of... Okay. Oh, my eyes are going, man. My eyes are going. Don't want it. Not today. Some other time. Yeah, thanks a lot. Right. Just what I need. Yeah, I can't get over this music choice. It's weird. See, now I'm feeling cocky because I somehow managed to not blow up any of the birds, but that crack's probably going to, like, take out the whole room or something.
Piece of cake.
Took out a far chunk of it. I really can't take much more of it. Start the heart, it's starting to sting. Okay, back at the start of the level. Never a good omen. Okay. Belt rooms that we right back at the start. Now we're starting to run quite low on that. Where are we and where are we going? It's going to be another meandering level, guarantee. Oh, we've not seen that in a while. Big nothing zones, right? Remember the red keycard doors there, because you might not see it for another 45 minutes. And we'll probably play a bit more belligerently. We're back to the cramped areas, I notice. Just constant flip-flopping in this. It really is. You can't make its mind up. Don't want to be overscaled, don't want to be underscaled. I want to make, you know, something interesting, or do I want to just clone 3D realms? Do I really like density crisis, man? What is even the purpose of this room? Why would you make something like that? Okay, another red keyhole. Alright. Well, who knows which one it's supposed to go in, but I've not found it yet. So, could be anywhere. Could be bloody anywhere. All these sinuses. Oh, that room looks delightful. Oh, we've already seen that set. Okay, up we go then. Oh, it's locked. Right, great. So, we're going to be stuck digging around for some obscure location of a key card. Bloody hair fever, man, it's the worst. You know, it's anyone who has it will tell you. Like, past the point, it's not really that unpleasant anymore, it's just annoying. Like, you sort of get used to it being there to the point where it's not debilitating anymore, it just pisses you off. Okay. I mean, I can go back across. Yep, nothing useful over there for us. I mean, this level I'd feel fine cheating on, if I have to, just because of the fact that it relied on me having a jetpack out of another level. So the level essentially cheated, is my logic. So, if we're in here too long, I will just clip through a door to make progress. Well, probably that force field, actually. I think would be my target. Because, well, it has shown before that it's really not above hiding switches in weird places. So you don't really know what you're getting into in that regard. This thing can do weird stuff. Weird shading. Why would you shade like that? It feels more 90s. Don't spawn in the guys behind me. It's not cool. Nobody wants that. I just said stop spawning guys behind me. It's annoying. It serves no purpose. Adds nothing. Would this be anything we want to know about? And what was the point of this area?
Get that crap out of here.
Okay. That looks like a massive drop. Yeah, I was going to say, I think I know where I am. Yeah, that was a waste of my time. It really was. What a strange fucking thing. Well, I'm sort of exhausting avenues for places to go here. Yeah, this is just the belt rooms. We've already been in the belt rooms. Well, I don't know. I'm going to cheat in a minute because my patience is about done with this navigation of this. I mean, this is a sort of room where I could see a key card being hidden just because the collar would make it impossible to see and fucking flickering. I can see a mister in there. Oh no, it's a fire. Well, let me roll a cigarette and then I'm just gonna, like, be forceful with it. Because, I mean, I don't want to be stuck somewhere for ages again. And I don't have the patience. As I've said before, I'm not like that Devon guy where he'll quite happily spend a few hours trying to, like, chip away through something like this. I don't entertain it in the same way. I need to sleep, but I need to get on with this clearing the building up. So, we're being forceful, and we're going to push our way through. Okay. Why would that happen? I can see there's valid space through though. Oh, it's this room, okay. Don't know how you meant to get that open, but it's open now. Fuck knows where the other, like, there must be a counterpart to that switch, I'm sure. Come down here then, drones. Come on. I only want to play with you. I want to be your friend. Is this a down slope then? This must be a down slope. Just from the way they were behaving. Is there any need for all the slopes? Probably not. Are they behind me? Of course they are. It's starting to get out of hand. It's starting to be rather unpleasant. Fucking hell, man. Dealing with shit on slopes in this game was never really perfect, was it? Now, what do you think will get me fast? The fire or the medkit? Gotcha. There we go. Yeah, I've got no idea where the other switch is. And I don't care. Oh wow, it actually spawned something not... No, it did. It spawned in the elevator. See, it came out from where the elevator was. So it did. It still did. Wow, another totally pointless area. Because this is better than we've already been here. So the whole thing of unlocking this elevator brings us to the bottom of the stars, really, that we used to get to the elevator. I don't... Alright, I don't understand the logic. Oh, okay, there we go. Only like 2 more keycards worth of stuff to go, I'm sure. Jesus, this is like approaching the point of outstaying its welcome. See, had that previous level been like a third the size, and you just called it a day at the end of this one, that would have been an okay length. And, you know, that's about right. It's got to drag on. It really does. Yeah, evidently the design goal. So we can use it there, we can use it on the force field. Are they both connected to each other? Let's see, where is the force field? This fucking navigation, man. Yeah, they're the same. Okay. Don't know if there's an advantage to go one way versus the other. No, apparently not. They're right next to each other. Okay. I mean, I like the visual in this room. I mean, simple again, but it's pleasant enough. Oh, it's him. Well, he's not with us anymore. Let's solve this problem. I don't know why he's always so mad. Don't do anything to him. You know, maybe the aliens should just like calm down and try and be friendly for once. Maybe we've come to some sort of agreement. Like we could rip them off, you know, we could send all the shitty women with them. They came here to steal the babes. Give them all the crazy ones that nobody wants, you know. They're probably not going to know the difference. They don't know much about, like, Arth women. They're like, well, they're just totally normal Arth women. I can see that in there. Do you think that's real? Gotta try. It had to be tried. It had to be. Oh, not far. Oh well, whatever. Whatever. At least it gives me hope. It gives me hope that there's not too much more left to slog through. It's the same set of cameras again. No good. No point looking at it. Oh, there's blood somewhere, I can hear him. Alright, excellent. So I need to backtrack, right? I was going to say, I know he's right behind me. I was hoping I could slip past and just not have to deal with the confrontation. Lovely. Just what I want before I fight a battle lord. Well, no way out of it. Just have to hope we get another portable medkit. I care about you, Mystery. What? Why is there like a switch that's separate? Okay, I'm supposed to go there. I was like, I just had horrible visions of this bit of secret level or something. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Although we've not been able to find it. I assume there's a switch for that door that I forced my way through. Alien fusion tower.
Where is it?
I'm inclined to think this is actually the last level, so the other two must be secret levels, which I have no interest in finding. I really don't care. As I say, it really is just a fine example of mediocrity, this thing.
Where is it?
Other than when it takes the piss with blowing things up in your face or like hiding switches away and shit. Are you banking on me having a jetpack again? No, apparently not. There's a switch up there. Probably hit it. You know, I really hope that wasn't mandatory. Really, really hope that wasn't mandatory. And what if it was some sort of fucking death path? Would you put it past this guy? Actually, I would. I don't think it's something he would do. Like, he might do a secret path that mean for it to be found. Okay, let's hang about a moment, because we know he likes delayed explosions. So there might be another couple of, like, explosions 5 seconds apart. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that was mandatory or if I just found like an alternate path there, but if that's mandatory, that again is bullshit, because it hasn't given us a jetpack for a long time. And so it's relying on that I would have saved a game, that I wouldn't have just like pistol started anything and... Are these going to be useful to me? Oh yeah, they really are banking on me, like, knowing this shit. Like, I mean, that's alright, I don't have a problem with this. That one's shootable. The other one would be unreachable if you didn't have a jetpack. So they're not shootable, but technically I can. Like, press it. Right, let's use up what jetpack we've got and see if we can take any shortcuts here. Because any advantage I can get, I'm going to take. You know, it's like when you meet a drunk girl on a Saturday night. She's about to pass out. I mean, you don't just walk away, do you? You do the responsible thing and you call her a taxi. What did you think I was going to say? What do you take me for? Wonder if there's any reason to use negative voltages for preamp circuits with it. Well, no, not really. People tell you there is. They'll give you efficiency, but you might remember I calculated the buffer circuit I used in my stereo. Oh, pardon me. And it's wasting like milliwatts of power. Anyway, my stereo uses a single rail for its actual amplifier. So evidently is a thing that they used to do. There we go. Okay, do you think we're going to see a boss here? Also, negative rails are unavoidable, unavailable, or noisy as hell. So, well, yeah. I don't like working with them. They have a real habit of just flirting things in the middle somewhere. There's actually an argument to be made that single rail will have more even bias, really, as well. Like, you can get away with using cheaper transistors in it. I mean, it really is quite dependent on a lot of things. When what you're hooking up is a couple of Yamaha, like, PM synthesizer chips. Hold on, if I had to press those to get in here, are these just going to go up to those towers and... Oh no, it's going to be find all 3 key cards, isn't it? Fuck. Oh jeez, I hate it. I already hate it. There's an elevator in there. Yeah, it's not like that sort of synthesizer technology is synonymous with quality. Okay, that was weird. Pushed out of the elevator. Oh, I know what it'll be. I bet there was a mister that spawned behind me and nudged me out of it. I know this game too well. I know this guy's add-on too well. I know the sort of shit he pulls. Really not sure what the goal is here, but we'll find all 3 key cards, I guess, is our main goal. But as to what we've got to do to achieve that, who knows? It could take us like multiple hours. Oh nice, there's going to be underwater sections. I am so tempted to just no-clip through that fucking door and call this thing done. I don't know what any of these switches are doing. Haven't got a clue. Couldn't tell you. It's all a mystery to me. And there's the lyrics to some song. That looks like it would open that grey piece there.
Where is it?
seem to snag anything in there. I'm very low on jetpacks. I don't really want to be using it up anymore. Yeah, that is just there, okay. Yeah, I don't know what that does. I remember that running before. Oh, that's a different one. Okay. Well, that's open, so if we can get into the water area, we'll be able to get through that door, but we don't know where that is yet. This feels like a room I'll have to come back to. Will there be any indication that it's time to go back there? Probably not. It's just going to be... He seems to have found a formula that works for him, of put lots of switches really far away from the thing they open, and that just is like how he's going to get the run time for the levels, like to be longer. When that doesn't work, just overscale an area so much that you know, it takes a long time to traverse it. Not very impressive. Oh, that's pointless. Oh, it's a nice attempt. It's a cool door. I'll give it that. Yeah, I like the design of it. Computer doesn't like it very much. It doesn't perform very well. It's a nice design door. I was expecting it to split in the middle. I think that would look cooler. Much more difficult to do. I think I could get it to work. But, you know, not to sound cocky or anything, but what I can do and what most mappers can do is quite a different thing, so I'm not going to judge it based on that. Most people aren't dorky enough to sit there and read through the source code just to see what it does and, you know, use that to get things to happen. Not most people's idea of fun. It's my idea of fun, but it doesn't sit for a lot of people. There's no indication any of that was anything to do with that. That was just luck that we happened to figure it out. Turn the lights off. Leave the octobrains, you know, it's like when you're done with a budgie at the end of the day and you put a terrible cloth over its cage. Or when it's been noisy and you do that to shut it up. I would keep a pet octobrain, you know, they're probably alright as pets. I think they probably could be tamed. I'd wager, in Duke's reality, like, I'd wager that probably somebody would try keeping a Slimer as a pet. And it would cause all manner of problems like down the line. There's something with the way it's designed those. Ow! Jeez, anywhere safe up here? Probably not. Low on those, and as this is probably a boss man, that makes me a tad nervous. I hope you're going to hammer me up before I fight this jerk alien. Ow. Because otherwise we're going to be in problems. Thought I saw a jetpack there, but I didn't. Like somewhere back behind me. I've lost count. But I kept tapping it by accident. Which is bad because of how far away the switches tend to be from whatever they do. And now we've got a switch elevator platform, you know, it really isn't necessary though. I mean, it makes sense in the context of what it's supposed to be, but why we didn't put those elsewhere throughout this, well, they would have made sense. I really can't say. Okay. Well, I hope that other switch is in the right position. If it ain't, we're kind of potentially screwed. No, this was no good to me. I already did these. Some health would be nice, but they didn't give me any of it. Guess we're back to just health starving the player here. There we go. That works. Secret place, but what's the secret? Oh wow, a lot of use that is to me. Yeah, it doesn't reveal anything. We've got a key card. It's not going too bad. I'm worn out, but we might get there. Okay, well, we know the secret's not worth getting. Why do you miss secrets, XeFF? Well, because all the vital items of the game are usually out in the open somewhere. Indeed, we have the night vision goggles, which this thing never seems to have really used, so maybe there's something that used them, but nothing to clue me in. Oh no. You give me the beat the fuck out of your room and then just like give me no health and then give me a bunch of these guys, which aren't too bad to deal with if you have any distance, but I mean there's a little bit of random involved there. If I got real unlucky, they could have woke up and fired on me as soon as I stuck my head out the elevator. Which one haven't I been in? Can't remember. Better just hope we get it right. Because otherwise we've got a long elevator ride. I've got a feeling I got it wrong. I didn't get it wrong. Holy crap, the brain's getting good at this left-right shit. Oh fuck. Yes, these doorways are built in such a way that they're just not quite tall enough. And if your head goes in a ceiling on an active sector, it will activate that sector. This isn't good in a place where I want to blow drones up against the door. Probably just have to run into the room, and it'll turn out we've got lots of vector enemies in there. And they'll start wiping me out. Let me roll a cigarette before we push any further. This level's not been so bad. That switch at the beginning, I'm suspicious of that. If that turns out to be a mandatory thing, that's going to be all kinds of dodgy. Yeah, we've only got rocket butt misters, fat commanders. We can deal with those. Not a big deal. So I wouldn't call that unfair or anything. It's perfectly fine. See a thing, I'm just tired, man. Well, where was that? Don't know. Couldn't tell you. Some other green area, which I may or may not have been to already. How are we on that? 9%. Use it. Pick that other one up. There we go. Set that on its way back up. Oh, stomach. I hope the medication works. It will only work temporarily. If it does, buys me a little bit of time. When this electrical inspection's over, I'll probably take a few weeks off, you know. Like, I'll probably press on to get something done, and like a few more streams, and then I'll probably take like a little bit of time off. So I've never found a red one. Yeah, there weren't flashies, wherever that was. We never got to go in there either. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute! I'm sure we had platforms that looked just like that at some point. I thought it was a platform. Ah, jeez, of course, we've got misters to deal with. Fine. Oh, there we go. Just broad enough that you couldn't abuse it. And then too bad, because it gave this Berser time to fall asleep. He doesn't really fit in there. I think that's very well thought out. Okay, gotta be gnarly, huh? Unusual width for an elevator, then. Unusual width for sectors in general. Well, this feels ominous. Thinking. Real tired. It's gonna be one last switch hunt, isn't it? Oh, it is. I can't just open the door. It's a typo of my reverse engineering of an ad-lib clone, but negative biasing at op-amp doesn't work. Well, I mean, you can't bias it below the voltage of the power rails. Like, that isn't a thing you can do. What you do is you stick the inverting input, you shove that on ground, and then you put a resistor divider across the non-inverting input. And then you put a capacitor, like, in series with your signal source, like, into the middle of the resistor divider, i.e. pointing into the non-inverting input. And so it acts like just addition and subtraction in that case. Selection of the capacitor is really not vital either. I mean, you could use really small ones before you start noticing anything. Any good op-amp shouldn't really allow more than a couple of, like, you know, microamps to flow in and out of there. Of course, you have to AC couple the output as well, generally, because it will just be shoving out, like, I mean, generally you'd want a resistor divider to, like, halfway, so if you're on 12 volts, you want it at 6 volts, and so obviously whatever you set up your feedback to look like, you know, you have to keep that in mind, because the output bar is assuming unity gain. It's always, when it's like no signal coming in, will be 6 volts at the output relative to your common. Well, thing with the non-inverting input to ground, I'm sure there's, with the inverting input to ground, I'm sure there's more to it than that somewhere. I'll have to look at my circuits. I think it depends on what you want it to do. We really are just going to be switch hunt to the very end, aren't we? But I say, he's found a formula that works for him. To artificially inflate levels. But at the end of the day, everything in a game is just trying to flip a bit from, like, on to off or off to on. I always think that's funny because there is actually a down arrow. Then again, I think a lot of these levels were 1.3 compatible, and 1.3's tile set doesn't have a down arrow. Okay, we're back at the start. For what reason? Oh, hey, that's an elevator. So that switch isn't as dodgy as I thought. I'm sure I pressed use on it and nothing happened. Must have just been unlucky. Well, I'll take those, thank you very much. Well, one of them. I mean, I'm sort of nervous if we might be coming back here later. You know, like, been in a couple of rooms that feel like they're setting up like themselves as a boss arena, and then nothing's come of it. Where it did give us a boss was the one room I would have never guessed. A room in which he didn't even fit. Yeah, Tower's going to be the goal in like NI2. Is like the whole thing is that you're trying to reach a tower, like on the surface of the moon. It won't play out like this. This is a completely different idea. The only commonality is that it has a tower in it. Right, so going back there did absolutely nothing for me. Oh, for fuck's sake. Am I just going to end up clipping this very real possibility? I mean, there was nothing in that vent. Where do you want me to go? What do you want me to do? None of this is doing me any good. Well, let's save before we go faffing about in here. Does it just chuck us out? Looks like it. Don't see any other spot that we can walk into. Looks somewhat like a door. It doesn't do anything. Oh jeez, I don't even know if I can clip this because it's overlap geometry. Oh, get bent, man. Just to prevent me from... No, that's not walkable, I can't walk in there. I really don't know. Do you think it wants me to play with that switch again? Like, do you think it wants me to turn that switch off and then come back there? Is it forcing an arbitrary loop for like no fucking reason now? Just to make the level even longer? Wouldn't really surprise me. Okay, where's that vent? Can't see it. No, it can't be that because that closes everything. Well, that whole thing's gone when you do that. Yeah, so it's supposed to be. But, oh no, that's that. Let's pay careful attention to where that is, where it leaves me. Yeah, that bit's not accessible when... I don't even know if you'd be able to get back in there. It wouldn't be enterable. I feel like it would break the level. So I don't think that's what you're intended to do. That is pretty scummy shit, man. That's around a jetpack. There's no way that's what you're intended to do, so let's just test it. Let's just humour this. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, nothing seemed to change. Oh shit, I didn't realise that. turn it back on. There we go. Well then, I don't know, I haven't a clue, and given this thing has had broken switches before, not sure how much time I want to spend playing with it. Because we could just be pursuing a broken trigger at this point. And I really got to sleep, so I mean, how much time do you want to put into this? And there was nothing down there, it just sends you back to the start for no good fucking reason. You know, there were no switches, that apparent door is not passable. I think I'm going to roll a cigarette and I'm just going to no-clip myself through something and see what there is to see, because I don't have the patience for this fucking switch hunting, man. It's just been that non-stop for the last few levels. It's, yeah. Definitely an improvement over the first episode. It's definitely an improvement over his first episode. By quite a long way in places. You know, it has these moments where it really is going in the right direction. To where I probably will continue it someday. Because I'd like to see how it concludes. I mean, you know, there's over 10 years worth of work in the project as a whole. And so in that time there's a lot of room to really develop. And so it could be very interesting in that regard. Where it could be like pretty much a complete portfolio of some guys' levels. Yeah, so that vent just leads here as well. Like, it feels like you're inside some piece of a sequence that hasn't worked. It always kicks you back out to this spot. But for what? Like, what's its purpose? What does this do? Will there be a Mr. waiting for us back there? Could be. I don't know. Nothing's changed out here. Got sort of sporadic earthquakes now. I wonder how long those can go on for. Considering you can only trigger an earthquake effect once, which I always found quite annoying. Nothing will have changed when I go back here. That's all the same. The layout actually makes no sense. We're going down so far, and then we keep dropping down to, like, use that vent. Well, stuff did change. Oh shit. Tell you what, we'll just use that. See, there's atomic healths all over the shop. As to what opens that vent, I don't know. I wish I still had the installation file, because I'd love to have a look at it in the editor when I'm done. We'll make a note to do it at some undisclosed point in the future. Yeah, I'm not looking back. I don't know what it's trying to do here. Oh shit, whatever. Yeah, for heaven's sake. And this isn't explodable, right? Because there's no indications, no crack.
Holy cow.
No, it isn't. Sure become quite the slog, yes. It is. So, honestly, no idea how you're supposed to get in there. I really don't know.
decay.
This, you never know. Like, the switch could be halfway across the map somewhere. But evidently, this is activated by a touch plate in that vent that's closed. So it's probably the only thing that activates it. And as to how you're supposed to get it to that point, I really don't know. End and tail of explosions. It was going on at the left for a moment. I've got no idea how you're supposed to get them there, and I don't really care. Well, it was mediocre, just as we thought. I'm quite sure that's the last level for that episode. It isn't? Really? Oh, God. Oh, hold on a second. So the blood seems to just be a sound effect rather than an actual blood. I was like, well, what if it's a secret level? You know, what if it's not real? Well, there may actually be a blood in there. There actually is. But it's not a full-size one. Oh, fine, let's do the stupid secret level then. And I'm probably just going to cheat at it, because this really outstayed its welcome. How many fucking levels in are we? Like, you know, we're like, what? 10 levels in? No way, too far. I don't want to be 10 levels in, man. That's too long. You can't do 10 fucking levels. I'll eat shit. I'll meet it with what it ought to be met with. There we go. Where's any of this go? What is any of it good for? Oh, wonderful. Yeah, well, let's see what we're getting into here. How much map is there? A lot of it, it looks like. Oh, jeez, no, I'm not going another level or two of this. Not today. There's too much. Like, people have this thing where they just think, increase the length indefinitely. Oh, man, the performance don't like it out here. Well, I guess that's a space sector. Okay. Well, guess what? I don't care. I really don't. Here's what I'm going to do. Oh, we're back in here. I thought I saved since. Oh, well, then we're not. We're going to do tradition. I'm going to play solitaire and then I'm going to call it a night. Maybe we'll finish that someday, maybe we won't. But, yeah, I've had enough. Like, that's too long. I don't have time. I got to go to sleep. I got to sleep. I can't just stay up all night. I need to be awake. I've got appointments and shit that I got to keep. Oh, man, that should have just been like 7 or 8 levels. The thing is, like, I don't mind, like, add more levels if you've got more to do in them, but it's just been, like I say, it's where it's mediocrity just, and it grinds you down, because it's, well, what is it giving me? Like, nothing that it hasn't already. Certainly, like I say, it's far from the worst thing I've ever played. It's really not that bad in the grand scheme of things. Like, it's okay. But it really outstays its welcome there. It doesn't need to be that long. I mean, this is the thing, right? When I was working on NI1, and even before that, when I was working on, like, you know, shit like Dimension Shift and that, I had more levels, like, in the list, and nobody's ever seen them because I didn't even finish them. It's not that I wasn't capable of finishing them. I could totally have finished them. I just didn't want to, because I realised that they were either boring or they didn't add anything that levels already in the list hadn't done. Like, there were, you know, things, well, what's the gimmick of this level? And stop and think about it, and it's like, well, hang on a minute, I already have a level that does that, or, well, that's actually not a very interesting premise when you put it in a game. Like, you know, it might have worked on paper, but for the sake of being in a game, it's like, it might not actually work as well as you think it's going to when you start testing the concept out. Yeah, there were a good, like, 3 or 4 levels there that you could have just cut out entirely and you'd have been perfectly fine. Like, the thing would have actually been better for it. But you don't always have to add more stuff. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes you actually want less, and you do better for having less. It sounds ridiculous, I think, on the face of it, but yeah, no, you start playing around with things. Eventually you need to learn when to just call something done. Like, to be like, that, that's enough, it doesn't need more now. You know, it has a sufficient amount of, I didn't need to move that was pointless. We do only have, like, that 1 stack of cards. Geez, are we going to get a win in solitaire, like, instantly? That never happens. Well, I'm certainly not against this idea. It would be very nice if we could do that. Oh, my stomach's hurting, man. Stomach hurts. It's not happy. The other one of them's out, you might as well place it. I mean, I can place that, the other one of them's out, we can place it. I was pointing that, really. Pointing that. I mean, we can place them out just because they're there. That isn't really going to help us a whole lot. You might as well place it because the other one's already out, so... Do we have a black queen? I don't think we do. Oh dear. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Yeah, this is all a bit rubbish now, isn't it? Oh. That ran way too long. Ran way too long. Yeah, the 4-hour window is where I throw in the towel. Well, so we might come back and we might finish it someday, because I would be intrigued to see how things develop. Like, I'm curious, like, as to where it goes, like, you know, as to what became of it. I want to know. Like, I kind of want to know, because it was, as I say, it definitely improved, like, over the previous installment. That first episode was just felt like 90s jank, like, the whole way. Like, it just, yeah, it really wasn't refined at all. That second episode's still a fucking mess, but it's much more coherent of a mess. It feels like thought might actually have been put into that a lot more than just, I'm putting this because I think it's cool. I kind of appreciate, like, the obvious excitement of, like, the first episode of it, like, where it's, you know, the guy's figured out how to use the editor a bit and, you know, just wants to start doing things. It's sort of trying to run before you can walk. That second one has a bit more sense of, like, coherency to it, but far too much padding. Was there a major error sketching out schematics from reverse engineering, because there are a number of things that make no sense, like the amps don't have a voltage supply connected. Yeah, well, the logic symbols, when people make circuits out of fucking logic symbols, they quite often forget to do that with amplifiers for some reason. I really wish people wouldn't do circuits in that way, because I really struggle to read that style of schematic. Like, I don't know who's using those, but I don't find them easy to read. I'm not sure I want to put that out, would I? Well, I guess I'll just bank on maybe having a red 9 in there. I can move this. Okay, I figured it would screw me over, but... well, what are you going to do? Right. Oh, stomach. If I have a black queen, I'll put that king out. I do, okay, we'll put one of them red kings down. We'll try that way. I'll get rid of that. Jeez. Okay. Well, it's technically progress, right? Let's move that. That might be really... yes, I'm glad I did that. That actually worked. Oh, you fucking... bell-end cards. This game's mean. Okay, well, let's clear that stack. Yeah, you see, I kind of have to solitaire at the end of these things, really, just to calm down, I think. People sure do strange things, like when they design levels. The other one of them's out, so we might as well just place it. I mean, it might as well play a set. It's not like you can put anything else there. I don't think we have that other jack. I don't actually think we have anything else that we can use. We could probably start placing some cards up there, but I think we're missing... certain things. Okay, yeah, we seem to be lacking in the 5 department. I mean, I can get rid of this. That actually kind of makes me some progress. Not an ideal way to be doing things. If we can just get rid of that. And I'll tell you what, I have got a lot better at this game for some reason in recent times. Like, I seem to keep winning it lately, and I don't know how I keep doing it. I think the last few times I've streamed, I've sort of come in and I've given this game a bit of a kicking, and I'm really not sure how that keeps happening, but it suits me fine, because I'm knackered. I'm done for the day. I wonder if I still have a surviving copy of my Adlin clone. I know I had like the Garber files for it somewhere, but never got it printed, so I just ended up buying like those cheap clones instead. And yeah, as I say, like the sort of better of the two, it lives in the Turbo XT, so yeah, the only reason it didn't really come up for a while is because I hadn't fixed the Turbo XT, which turned out to just be dart in a dip switch, which I figured had to be something like that. It would be unusual for Turbo XT to break down. There's not really much to break in them. You can like probably wire out some of the glue logic in them or something, that's about it. I've considered using, what is it, the 8284 that Intel uses, like the clock chip in those. I've considered using those in like my circuits, because you can just stick a crystal straight on those. So that might be a thing I'll do someday. And for this video encoder thing, I'll just try and build my own crystal oscillator. What could possibly go wrong? But yeah, that's it for today. You know, I complained about that a lot, but I'd say I had a good time overall, I think. Like, yeah, it got a bit too switch hunty, but it was fun enough. I didn't mind it. You know, it was okay. Would I recommend playing it? No, not really. I wouldn't really bother. I don't think you're missing anything, because it is just a generic user episode so far. But maybe someday we'll see the later levels, and maybe they improve further. You know, maybe some of them are really good. You can see potential in it. Like, you know, you can see that there is potential there to do something better with it. So I'd be curious. Like, if the guy could, and like I say, this is speaking retrospectively because they are quite old levels now. You know, if the guy could hone in, like, you could see little moments of decency. So he could hone in doing his own thing instead of the 3D Realms cloning, which I think he was trying to do at the end there. Yeah, it didn't necessarily work very well, but maybe he gets it eventually. I'd hope so. I mean, you know, I don't say this to be mean, because, again, consider I've made levels, and my old levels are fucking garbage. A lot of mine are a lot worse than any of that, so, you know, I'd assume the guy who made it would probably look back on his early levels and likewise, you know, think, well, yeah, I could do a lot better than that now, actually. You know, that really isn't that good. So maybe someday we'll see. But for now, I'm done with this. I'm knackered. I'm going to sleep. And hopefully when this month is over, I can get this government crap out the way. I'll maybe have some gut medication that works a bit. And I won't be so fucking knackered when I'm doing this stuff. I mean, it's like the whole Larry 6 thing. I might actually re-record that when it comes back around in the rotation of those games, just for how worn out I was when I recorded it. So it could happen. It'll be a long way off. It won't be until next year. But yeah, where's me mouse? I'm out of here. I'll see you around. Thanks for tuning in.